Right.
Surprised there's no easy sign of that.
What do you think the connector is? Oh, it's VGA. Okay.
Okay. We got it.
I have this. Is that okay?
Yes.
To plug in the VGA?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I brought one of my own just in case you didn't have one.
So do you switch it or do I switch it over when it's the right time?
I'm hoping to have help doing that because I think Dominic can handle it switching back from you, but
Okay.
but you're up. I think you're the first speaker that has a presentation.
I think that's true.
You are the first. You're
The
the
opening
keynote,
remarks
but
at
there's the
10:45.
opening remarks first.
So you can go ahead and put your computer up here now.
Yeah, you probably should.
I'll try it out.
Got 11 minutes, so yeah.
There's some like every it's gonna have you're gonna have to share with your friends.
Oh, yeah, sharing is good. But there's no way we can just tape it down on you and use how this stuff.
Sorry.
I know, but the idea was that it'd be less disruptive.
I don't know if you have. I don't think I'll need audio, but we could try it. But
I'll make sure that audio is up in the because I have to control the audio from upstairs. We can
Okay.
see it here.
analog.
So you're going to be 16 by 9,
I've designed my slides for 4x3.
4 by 3. Okay, we'll adjust. Actually,
Okay.
we're not going to be able to see it until I switch to you. And
Oh, so we should put it into mirroring mode if that's the case. So.
right.
That's a pretty high res. Can't tell if that's good or bad. I think it's good. Wow, that was a big, wow. switch it up
switching
there.
live.
But if it looks okay here, then it'll look okay there, right? So,
Yes, that'll be what what you see here is what's going to go up on the
okay,
screen.
that's good then.
Okay.
That's fine.
I can actually leave this. I just don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to disrupt.
Actually, let
anything.
me do this. I need to do a few edits, and then I'll bring it back up.
Okay.
One might involve getting the A on that.
The A.
USA.
Is it going to be USA?
Yes.
Oh, wasted,
USA
wasted characters. All right, I'll do it. That's why I need to fix it. Global search and replace.
Hello? Nope, they're not on. We need, oh, now there's lights. Yeah, we don't have sound.
Sure, give it a shot.
Hello. Oh, it works now. Hi, everybody. We're going to get started. I'm Emily Templewood. I'm the Vice President of Wikimedia DC. Unfortunately, our vaunted president, James Hare, is ill and will not be here right now. I know, very sad. I want to welcome you to WikiConference USA. It's the second annual conference. And we're sponsored by the National Archives, the National Archives Foundation, Wikimedia DC, Wikimedia New York, and the WikiEd Foundation. So we're very grateful to all of our sponsors for getting this thing going. Yay! I'm going to introduce Pam, who is the Chief Innovation Officer of the National Archives, and then we're going to have our first keynote with Andrew Lee.
Good morning. There, yeah, that's good. So today alone, there will be nearly 3 million views of Wikipedia articles that use multimedia from the National Archives holdings. This year, our records are on track to receive over 1 billion views on Wikimedia projects, as they have for the last few years. Nara is proud of being one of the most long-standing and active cultural institutions in the country on Wikipedia. Our collaboration with Wikimedia began several years ago when we hosted the Wikipedia 10th anniversary celebration in DC. The National Archives sees this ongoing partnership as a key towards our goals of improving public access to information and cultivating public engagement with archival records. Our engagement with and support of the Wikipedia community has been strong. Here are a few examples that we have. We've uploaded over 100,000 files to Wikimedia Commons. We've held over a dozen different events for Wikipedia communities across the country, from editathons and scanathons to workshops, strategy meetings, a hackathon, 2 Wikimedia DC annual meetings, and now this wonderful conference. We hired the first full-time Wikipedian in residence in the federal government, Dominic McDevitt Parks. Oh, Bird McDevitt, I'm sorry. Yay. Woo, Dominic. However, the future for our collaboration with Wikimedia is even brighter. In the coming year, we're planning more events and projects. We will hold a GLAM boot camp, a skills-building workshop for Wikipedians, which was first held here at Nara in 2013. We will be convening another meeting for the advisory board for the GLAM Wiki US Consortium and working together with Wikimedia DC on moving the GLAM Wiki movement forward. We've been working on a revamped online catalog, which includes an API for the first time. And we've recently opened what we're calling the Innovation Hub, a site dedicated to public engagement, collaboration, and where you can actually help us digitize the nation's records for public access. And I'm happy to say that those extraordinary banners about Wikipedia that are down in the hallway right now will be moving over to the hub. They're beautiful, and we're glad to have that exhibit in the hub. We look forward to hearing over the course of the conference about the Wikipedia community's successes, challenges, and opportunities. Our missions and future plans are intertwined, and we are eager to hear more from you about how we can participate. And finally, for those of you that want to hear about specifics about the work of the National Archives and how we take inspiration from the Wikipedia community, I am leading a panel at 2:15 this afternoon in this room later today, and I invite you all to come back. Our brand new Innovation Hub that we just talked about is open throughout the conference, and I encourage you to check it out at some point over the next few days. It's a little bit of a winding road to get over there. You all should have received flyers with details about the hub and how to access it, and I encourage you to take a look at it. And then also today at 12:30 and then again at 1:30, we're offering exhibit tours for the first 40 people that sign up. So I guess you don't sign up, you just are meeting outside of this room on the left or on your right, over there. And the first 40 will go on a tour from, there's one at 12:30 and there's again another one at 1:30. So, on behalf of the National Archives and of David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States, welcome to the National Archives and to WikiConference USA.
Hi, everybody. I'm back. So now I'm going to be introducing Andrew Lee, who is our first keynote speaker. Andrew is a professor at American University. He is one of the most vaunted experts on Wikipedia in the media and in writing. He's written a very important book on Wikipedia and has written many articles for outlets, including the New York Times. Andrew is awesome, and he's been a member of our community since 2003. So he's uniquely positioned to see how the history of Wikipedia has been shaped. Please welcome Andrew Lee.
Thanks a lot, folks. While I plug in here, I actually want to say that we actually could easily get a whole hour keynote just from Emily, because I don't know if you folks know, but Emily and I first met in this building in 2013, I believe, when we were doing Glam Camp training, and I really didn't know anything about her. And one of the funniest things she told me, a lot of you may know that I did a podcast about Wikipedia called Wikipedia Weekly starting in 2006 as kind of a parallel research project for my book. And when I first met her, she came up to me and she said, "It's so great to meet you. I've been listening to your podcast ever since I was 12 years old." And I said, how old exactly are you? So I think she was 17 when she was here, when she was doing glam training. And even more hilarious, we decided to just record an episode of Wikipedia Weekly there that day. And I said, "Emily, do you want to join us on this podcast since you've been listening to us?" And she said, "That has been my dream, to be on the podcast." And the thing I told her right away is, you need better dreams if that's your dream. So anyway, that was hilarious. That was fun. And Emily's been a great part of our community ever since then. And it's just amazing the types of things that she's done. I'm sure she'll talk a lot more about them as you go to sessions throughout the next 2 or 3 days. Are we getting the projector up okay here? I don't know. Let's see. Mirroring? I could do this all verbally, but I'll wait for the... Ah, there we are. Is that what... All right. Oh, right. Oh. So apologies. Everything is going to be stretched like that when I show these beautiful pictures from Commons. Please forgive me. I hate it when people display photos incorrectly. It's out of my control in this case here. But anyway, I wanted to start this conference off with a kind of provocative title: What Wikipedia Must Do. And it's funny that Emily said I'm an expert Wikipedia. I'm no more expert than the folks in this room. I mean, you folks that I've gotten to know over the last 10 plus years are incredible in terms of what you've done to contribute to Wikipedia, to come up with new ideas, to measure, to engage with all the things that are Wikipedia and Wikimedia related. But you'll forgive me a little bit if I try to go back a little to some of the original terms that we have, in case folks here are not expert Wikipedia editors. I know how off-putting it can be if we start throwing out acronyms and terms that are not very friendly to folks new to our community. But I purposely used a title, What Wikipedia Must Do, and didn't finish that phrase. So what Wikipedia must do to what? Survive, to thrive, to be civil? And that's really up to you folks. It's up to us as a community to figure that out. So just a quick round of thank yous. Thank you, Wikimedia DC, New York, and the volunteers for helping conferences like this get off the ground. I've been involved with planning Wikimania, the annual gathering, for many years. I know how hard it is to get this done, rebooted every year, so I really appreciate all that. Thank you to David Ferriero, Pamela Wright, Dominic, and Nara for being such a great friend to the Wikimedia community over the years. And it's really great to talk about some of the things that we've been doing this past year that get us deeper into working with Nara. And also the WikiEd Foundation. They have been doing great things. They are underwriting a lot of the costs of this conference, and they have been the real sponsor of the WikiConference USA for the last 2 years. So thanks a lot to those folks. Since David can't be here, I thought I'd channel him. This is, if you haven't seen the quote from David Ferriero, it's a great one. If Wikipedia is good enough for the archivists of the United States, maybe it should be good enough for you. And I love that quote, even though it's not exactly his quote. It's a blogger channeling what he might say, and then David Ferriero echoed the blogger's supposed quote of him, which is kind of weird. But that's what Wikipedians do. We need to be precise. So it's not exactly his quote, but he quoted someone quoting what he thought David Ferriero would say. So there you are. So he's actually in this classroom. This is my class that I had at the National Archives, which was great fun. We had students come down, and I'll talk a little bit more about this class later, and scan documents with archivists here. And it was an eye-opener for folks realizing that you could spend all this time scanning and looking at the catalog information and getting all the metadata right. And after an hour, you got maybe 3 things uploaded. So they have a much bigger appreciation for what it takes to be a full-time archivist. We also have to thank David Ferriero for giving us a nice picture for the Seersucker article. So anyone who was here for Wikimania 2012, you know that he was wearing this beautiful seersucker jacket, and people in the audience could not resist updating the seersucker article right away with a picture of David Ferriero. All right, as you may know, I'm the author of the book, The Wikipedia Revolution. One of the tough things about putting things in print is every statistic is absolutely off in this book. But hopefully the explanations of the foundations and what makes the community work and the origins of kind of the free culture roots of Wikipedia make sense in this book. And I think I got some folks who brought it here today. So that's great to see. We said that already. As I said, we have a class at American University that I teach every spring where we bring students down and do edit-a-thon. So it's another thing I do here is that we actually have a class structured around an edit-a-thon every other week. And we actually get the students out of the classroom down here. And we've been working with the Smithsonian, National Archives, and various other organizations. So the 8 things Wikipedia must do. But first, some definitions. You'll hear people here in this community use the term GLAM all the time. This is old hat for most of you. But galleries, libraries, archives, museums, whenever we talk about GLAM, that's what we're talking about. A pretty prestigious list of folks who we've been working with, and the poster outside shows even more about the GLAM community. This is always a sticking point whenever we as Wikipedians, Wikimedians talk to the media. Do we go into the 5-minute explanation of what a Wikimedian is versus a Wikipedian? And for search engine optimization, you probably want to say Wikipedia, not Wikimedia. But whenever we say Wikimedia, we're talking about the bigger movement beyond Wikipedia, which might include things like Wikimedia Commons for multimedia, Wiktionary, Wikidata, these types of projects, right? So you might hear a lot of folks use Wikimedians or the Wikimedia movement, not just Wikipedia. This is a great concept that I love from one of my good friends at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. He is the director of digital there, or chief digital officer, and in his talks, he always has what he calls an art break. And I love this idea, and I said, well, why don't we have a Commons break? So every once in a while in the presentation, I'll throw out something really interesting from Commons, because not enough people get to just look at Commons. They get to see pictures from Wikipedia articles, but you really need to spend some time in Commons to see some of the really brilliant things they have there. So this is a beautiful picture of a penguin popping out of the water there. And you can see that this is an example of work that is not really done by a Wikipedian, but because it's under free license, you can actually copy it over from Flickr and put it on here. And this is actually a second place for Picture of the Year in 2014. And it's a beautiful photo, and we actually use it on the posters outside in the lobby there. So I'll be popping in once in a while with some of our Commons breaks as kind of a palate cleanser for what we're talking about today. So let's start with some of the really interesting things that happened this past year with the Wikimedia movement. Number 1, 106 days from now, Wikipedia will be 15 years old, which is pretty amazing if you think about it, right? So yeah, give it up. I think this page, I think in Meta, it was created by Wikimedia New York, I believe it was. And what the Wikimedia Foundation is trying to do for this next year in 2016 is to not just make it one day where you celebrate Wikimedia 15, but actually a whole year's worth of activities that you can have. That combined with the Year of Science that the WikiEd Foundation wants to do all year next year as well makes it a real interesting opportunity to showcase lots of projects in the Wikimedia universe. So 106 days, Wikipedia will turn 15. So the question is, kind of on top of all this, is where will Wikipedia be in another 15 years? That's the big question I have for you folks, and I hope we have time at the end to get your ideas and your reactions to these things I'm talking about. Now, unfortunately, I have a, yeah, we'll talk about it later. So also we're approaching 5 million articles. I don't know if someone can check the counter, like what is our trajectory for what day or what month we're gonna hit 5 million, but it's fairly soon if you look at the counter here. So that's pretty incredible, 5 million articles in English Wikipedia. Something that's really cool as well, we've known since 2007 the number of very active, and new users in Wikipedia has been going down every year. But we start to see now that there's a very noticeable uptick in terms of very active editors on English Wikipedia. So not only is it stabilized, it seems to actually be going up here. This is great. We've got folks from the foundation and folks who do metrics here that can probably talk about this. No one has a real easy answer for this, but it seems like it's good news, and it's interesting to see that it's no longer just a downward trend that we're seeing here. Visual editor, I think it's hitting its stride, right? If you didn't notice, while I was preparing these slides, I was going to say, you know, we did our edit-a-thon recently, and every new user had Visual Editor on by default. That's pretty cool. So let me take a snapshot of the beta features page to show that the check mark is there. I went there. There's no Visual Editor and beta features. It's not a beta feature. It's actually baked into MediaWiki now. So that's pretty incredible. I think it started Wednesday, right? That Visual Editor is now the default editor for new people who register, which is incredible. If you didn't know also, the add a citation feature on Visual Editor actually kicks up the open source reference management system, Zotero, on the back end. So for a lot of sources, if you paste in a naked URL right there, it'll generate a really nice citation like that. So that really goes real far. It's been a long road with Visual Editor and the community, and I think it's really pretty amazing to see how good it is now and how useful it is. I really cannot see a reason why you would not try it and use it for very simple edits to get this kind of sophistication during your editing sessions. And during our edit-a-thons here in DC, we've always recommended Visual Editor. When it was turned on by default, our Smithsonian, edit-a-thon Wonder Woman, Sarah Snyder, almost jumped out of her seat with happiness, saying that I don't have to spend 5 minutes telling everyone how to turn on all these things. By default now, we have Visual Editor for newbies to edit, which is great. Another great thing, I think, this is anecdotal, it's hard to prove, but talking to folks who deal with communications at the foundation and abroad, one of the great things is that the conversation on reputation is no longer really focused on should I use Wikipedia, am I allowed to use Wikipedia, but more about how accurate is it, or what's the proper way to use it. And I think that's a huge shift in conversation to see that we're at this point where we're not talking about banning Wikipedia, but actually what's the proper use of Wikipedia, right? Today, fundraising is as good as ever. The endowment is a reality. So for many years, people were wondering, is there this endowment that is holding reserves for the future of Wikipedia? And now that's reality, and I think there's actually a staffer dedicated to that. These are just some of the numbers. If you look at the overall fundraising, significant jump from the previous session. So we're actually doing really well in fundraising. And then it's interesting to see that it's still this long tail of online individual fundraisers. It's not big foundations making up that budget. It's pretty interesting to see that. So $75 million, a significant jump from years past. So I'm going to start talking about the 8 things that I think are really interesting to talk about on what Wikipedia should do. I spent a lot of time making this awesome little bar graph at the bottom that shows you all 8 things, and you can't see it, unfortunately. I don't know what to do, other than I'll tell you what they are. Okay, so usability, number 1. This is something that in the journalism world, so I teach in journalism communications, we have been looking at for the last 3 years. This has been the inevitable thing that the news industry has been marching towards. Last year was a turning point where CNN and BuzzFeed have said that after hours, on Monday through Friday, and all day on weekends, it is mobile majority. The majority of their visitors are using mobiles. And they see it as eventually it's going to be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even if you're sitting at your desk at work, you're probably going to be more comfortable on your mobile looking at news. Right? So that's news. But I think it has interesting implications for Wikipedia as well. right, in terms of looking up information, reading articles, and we can see already that the foundation has been measuring what these numbers look like and how they're reacting to that. So it's really interesting to see that the news industry is trying to wrestle with this idea that the open web, or going to the open web for news, is actually not the norm. It's going to be apps. And this should worry us a little bit, right? The open web is no longer as dominant as it used to be, and apps and controlled experiences through apps, at least in the news industry, are going to dominate. 33% of Wikipedia traffic is on mobile right now. These are not the latest numbers, but these are numbers that we kind of saw last year that the foundation gave out during their meetings. So will mobile editing communities emerge, and how might they be interacting with keyboarded editors? So this is a weird thing that we got to start thinking about, is that we might actually have a significant number of folks who are coming in on a mobile to edit, but never hit the same forums that we are familiar with, probably most of you, as laptop editors or desktop editors, right? So this is really interesting to think about. I don't think we really thought it through. So I'm going to use this example of Wikidata. I recently gave a talk about how Wikidata has some interesting adaptations that they have to cater to mobile users and a way to maybe give us some models on how to go forward. So how many people here have edited Wikidata before? There's a pretty wonky crowd. That's good. All right. Awesome. So if you don't know what Wikidata is basically structured data rather than the free-form, lexical data that we have on Wikipedia. So when you look at a Wikipedia article, you see this info box on the right. It has dates, it has spouses and all this information, but it's not as strictly structured as a database, and Wikidata puts this all into very strict areas of a structured database. And the nice thing about it is that now you can do all kinds of cool things, like say, show me all scientists born in 1954 that got a Nobel Prize, but were born in Europe. And boom, you get it all back because it's all structured. You can actually put database queries against Wikidata. Now, the interesting thing about Wikidata is that there's a lot of this information already in Wikipedia, but it needs to be moved into Wikidata, right? So here's an example of one that I just did recently. So here's a book by Jhumpa Lahiri, The Lowland, and this is the information you'll find on Wikipedia, but it's not structured. It's in some info boxes there, but it's not structured. And what you can do is look at the Wikidata entry, and this is all it was before I started. All it said was, The Lowland is a book. No author, no date, no publisher, no nothing. So how many people here have played the Wikidata game? Whoa, that's really wonky. All right. So the Wikidata game is really cool. It says, if you were to take this article and try to copy, paste, did you spell the field right? Do you know how to manipulate databases? Is it a number? Is it a text field? It's a lot of verification for all that stuff. So what the Wikidata game says is, let's break that task into these little atomic things that we can do. And I'm just going to spit up here a book. Like, here's the lowland, here's the lead graph. I'm going to look for all proper nouns, meaning a capital letter and another capital letter. I'm going to throw all these names in front of you, and you as a human being can make the determination who the author is. For something like this, it's very easy. The Lowland is the second novel by Jhumpa Lahiri. Oh, it is. And I click the button that says Jhumpa Lahiri. It's added. Awesome. So what happens is if I go back to the Wikidata entry, it's now added as the author with one click of the button, which is really cool, right? So I don't have to know much about Wikidata. I don't have to know about fields. I don't need to know about all the verification of all this stuff. Basically, the Wikidata game serves me up tons of articles and guesses, and I, as a human being, help the program or the game guess correctly, right? And that's pretty cool. And the nice thing about it is you've got lots of people playing this now. You have people now helping Wikidata get, the gender of people who have bios, how to merge items there, whether someone is a person or not. You've got authors, you've got all kinds of things that are happening in this Wikidata game universe, which is really cool. So for folks here who are Wikipedia editors, I encourage you to try this. It's really interesting to see how you can even, waiting in line for movie tickets perhaps, do this. Because the cool thing about this is that interface that we saw that fills up a wide screen on a laptop works perfectly well by going to a mobile. Right? So I have tried this myself. I've been waiting in line for 5-10 minutes, and I can actually process about 5 or 10 of these things per minute if I'm really quick. So it's pretty neat to see this, right? So this gives us some insight or some vision for how, in a future mobile majority, how we might be able to get interesting and useful work out of folks. Now, hopefully they're doing more than just verifying existing data being put into a new format. We want people to actually be creating new information and to do more advanced tasks. But this is really interesting, and this is probably not a surprise to folks who know him, but this is done by Magnus Manskes, so he does everything in our community. It's amazing what he's done with this. All right, so some big questions. The mobile experience in editing. One of the big questions we have is you can do certain things on a mobile, but multitasking really stinks on a mobile, right? For power editors of Wikipedia, you know you probably have 7 tabs open, minimum, right? Here's the policy page, here's the talk page, here's the history page, here's the editing page, here's some guidance on references, here's the citation stuff I'm looking up. How do you do that on a mobile? You know, Apple's just announcing this big iPad where you can do 2 things at once. Not quite enough, you know, so we need a lot more multitasking ability on a mobile, and it's not clear that's going to happen anytime soon. Commons uploading. For the folks who know, there was an app from the foundation that allowed upload to Commons with 1 button. Ooh, that was turned off very quick. Not great results, right? Because when you upload to Commons, unfortunately, you need to balance out complexity with getting good stuff, right? The more complex it is, the more you demand people know about the process and what the guidelines are, the better stuff you have. But who's going to go through all that information on a mobile? You're going to read 5 or 6, 7 policy pages on a mobile? Probably not. The big question here is when you're doing mobile app development, you know, this is a really tough thing for the community to do, right? The evolution of Wikipedia as a site has depended on open technologies. It has depended on JavaScript and a lot of, you know, open web technologies. App development is not like that. App development is a very different beast. And especially if you're getting into the Apple Store, it's a real tough thing, right? And then the changing mobile demographic, right? Every 2 or 3 years, we're seeing massive shifts in what kind of mobiles people are using, whether it's a tablet or a big tablet or a phablet or a small phone. Really hard to predict this. And as we try to pinpoint how to design our systems, the platforms are shifting underneath our feet. So it's really tough to do this. Right? Commons break. Anyone ever seen this photo before? Beautiful photo. So this is really interesting. Whereas the last one we saw was simply a picture that was CC by SA, or actually I think it was just CC by. This one is actually from an active user in the community, right? Saying, I'm a wildlife photographer. I've only very recently started to contribute to Commons. I have only a few featured pictures. I hope this will change soon. As a finalist for Picture of the Year 2014. That's just a beautiful picture up there. All right, social, number 2. You can kind of see the bar graph at the bottom there. So social. All right, this was eye-opening to me. So one of the great things I had the privilege of doing over the summer was to be the summer research fellow with the Wiki Education Foundation. And it was great to sit down with all the knowledge that the Wiki Ed folks had from talking to hundreds of classes and professors. And this was one that I got from a friend of mine who said, you know, I use Wikipedia all the time. The problem is, I mean, not problem, I use Wikipedia all the time for teaching. The problem is the first thing he tells students to do, which I think is a good thing, is to go to the talk page to understand what goes on behind the scenes. The problem is that's what they see on the left. And he says it's scary, it's off-putting, it's unfriendly. If you look at the thing on the right, which is what we see with Facebook, that's what we're used to seeing when it comes to dialogue and discussion, right? So we're really fighting an uphill battle when we are trying to convince people to be involved, get immersed in the community by looking at that stuff on the left with colons and crazy markup there, right? That's really hard to reconcile. We have tried in the past to get past, to do better things, right? We've had liquid threads. Now we don't have liquid threads. We tried Flow. Recently, Flow has been, I don't want to say end of life, but it's kind of put in cold storage, right? So what's next? There's no clear path for what's next, right? Maybe it's visual editor that works on talk pages. So if you try to use the visual editor right now on talk pages, it doesn't work. But it might have to be something like that. So we're really grasping for a better way to have engaged conversations where you actually have something even slightly resembling the nice interface that we have on Facebook or on WordPress blog. We just don't have it today, right? So we need to get social. And one of the biggest problems I see is that we still have this meme in our community that we are not a social network. And if you even utter the word social network, you will be ostracized from this community, right? This has to change, I think, right? Wikipedia was one of the original social platforms of the blogging era. Look at the title of this book, Blogs, Wikipedia, and Second Life. Good God, we're back in the Second Life era. right? And sometimes it looks like our interface is stuck in the Second Life era, right? We actually really haven't progressed in terms of interface for fostering dialogue, discussion, and complex interaction, other than you're editing a talk page the same way you would edit an article, right? So we're really grasping for better ways to do this, right? So I think we really do need to overhaul ideas of we're not a social network. I mean, just look at the warning message we have on the not the social network page. So it basically is this laundry list of I hate Tumblr, I hate LinkedIn, I hate Twitter, I hate MySpace, I hate Facebook. Don't you dare talk about this in our community, right? But we know that things like Facebook have been really useful, right? Anyone here engaged in the 100 Days project? 100 Days Wiki, right? Alex is going to talk about it in a session, right? That is fundamentally a Facebook project, right? The people who do that project of one new article every day for 100 days have been cheerleading and interacting and giving high fives, not on Wiki, on Facebook, in a Facebook group, right? Because they've gone to where the interface works, they've gone to where the spirit is, they've gone to where they can signal each other and do interesting things. It's not on Wiki, it's on Facebook, right? It's not telling you that we need to be Facebook, but I think it's time we kind of rethink where our direction is in terms of putting in plumbing and functions that help people talk better within the community, right? Okay, number 3, diversity. This is a tough one, right? We all know that the gender gap has been a big issue for us for a long time. It's hard to pinpoint a number, right? But if you look at the gender bias in a Wikipedia article, always a dangerous thing to use Wikipedia articles about Wikipedia for references. Between 84 and 91%, and I think anyone who does serious research says this is a mushy number, right? Because you have a lot of women who are, pseudonymous and won't identify as a woman online at all, right? So we know that it's not a great ratio. The bright spots, well, things like what the WikiEd Foundation is doing and the projects being done in the college and university level. Women made up 61% of participants for some of these college courses. That included editing Wikipedia as part of the curriculum. This is an article in the SACB, Sacramento Bee, that said, help shift the balance away from STEM, which has been Wikipedia's strength, more towards perhaps social sciences and humanities, which is a good thing, right? And GLAM is helping to broaden this participation. So if you remember back in 2011 was kind of a breakthrough year for us, right? It was the first full year where GLAM was a thing. There's Liam White there, who started the GLAM movement in 2010 with the British Library and British Museum work. And then we actually had folks like Sarah Sturch and Laurie and Benoit who did these great things with GLAM. Since then, we've had the gender gap list, for better or for worse, art and feminism meetups, WikiEd Foundation work with universities to get more women involved with editing Wikipedia. These have been really good things, but I think we're seeing a really interesting inflection point now. This has really worried me recently, where I've had prominent members of the Wikimedia community say, I'm not sure I'm going to recommend my women friends edit Wikipedia, knowing that they're going to walk into the cultural buzzsaw of Wikipedia or Wikimedia. And that worries me. So it's a classic case of one time you hear it, chance. Second time you hear it, coincidence. Third time you hear it, it's a pattern. And I've heard it 3 times at least. So this is a real problematic thing. If you saw recently, there was a chatter in the Signpost article that was written by Frank Schulenberg about how should we talk about Wikipedia. And it was interesting seeing the attitudes of women responding to that article saying, yeah, we should talk better about Wikipedia, but the reality is that can I recommend Wikipedia's environment for my coworkers and for other women that I think should be involved? Maybe not, and that's problematic, and we need to see if we can change our culture to be more welcoming. Right. Commons break. Beautiful shot here, right? This is an amazing shot here from Yunnan, China, the Naki people carrying the typical baskets of the region, and this is actually an open-air theater there in China. And this is actually a first place in the photo challenge in July 2014. It was a finalist last year in the pictures of the year. All right, experts. So almost everything that I'm talking about down here has a session here at WikiConference about it. So this is great. Like if you're interested in any of these things, look at the schedule. You will find sessions on 100 Wiki days. You'll find sessions on diversity and experts. This is a really interesting new project that we first started talking about, the Wiki Education Foundation, when I was there during the summer. They've started some interesting projects. I've been doing some of these things, and we suddenly found that multiple folks were thinking about the same thing of how do you go beyond just glam engagements? How do you go to get useful contributions from experts without saying you need to learn wiki markup, you need to learn our policies, you need to go to talk pages, you need to go to RFA, you need to go all these pages, and you can see these subject experts glaze over and say, I'm not going to do that. That's kind of our only real significant engagement that we have with these types of folks, right? But here's an interesting thing that happened when we had the class with the Smithsonian this past year. We were down at the American Art Museum, and the great thing was that Karen Lemmy here, who's the head of curation for sculpture at the American Art Museum, gave a great 10, 15-minute spoken critique of the Wikipedia article of the Greek slave. Great. I video recorded it, and if you go to the talk page of the Greek slave, you will see the video critique of her on the talk page. And the great thing is that at that edit-a-thon, some of my students could help improve the photos, they could change some of the details of the article, but after that event, what was the follow-up? Well, the follow-up is you can now go back and watch that 10 to 15-minute lecture from the expert on the statue. This is actually a statue they're helping to restore in the American Art Museum. And you can fix the article by listening to her lecture on it, which is really great. So you can see that this is the version that was in January of this year. And it said it is a marble statue carved in. And she said, oh, OK, first sentence is wrong. It's like, ooh, that was not good. Our first sentence is not right on this thing. But the great thing is that you can change it, right? So this is the video that you'll see on the talk page of the Greek slave. And shortly after that, the lead sentence was changed. And then in the weeks afterwards, we had other people come by, look at the video, and change more and more and more. And it's gotten better and better. So what's really great about this is that this is a way to get an expert critique of an article without saying, you need to learn how to do wiki markup, you need to learn our policies, NPOV, COI, all these things. And we can say, no, just give us your expert opinion on this, right? And then our editors can act on it. What's really cool about this is that you think for someone who had this many beefs with the article, she would say, and you guys better clean up your act because you guys are useless and it's really dangerous to have this information on. But the funny thing is she said, I'm a big fan of Wikipedia. Even though the first sentence in the article about the object that she's the expert on was wrong. Now, she was very kind, said that even in art history, people don't know a lot about sculpture. So even within the world of art history, sculpture is a very fringe thing, so a lot of art historians don't even know a lot of these things. But the cool thing about this, the reason why she said she was still a fan of Wikipedia, was because as the expert on this statue and the expert on Hiram Powers, the artist, she actually found out about this cache of letters from Hiram Powers only because of the Wikipedia link. That's pretty awesome, right? So she said, I went to the Hiram Powers article. I saw this external link to what? University of Vermont Library. I've never heard of that. She went there and found this cache of letters and said, that's great. I never knew about this. The expert on Hiram Powers. So this shows how Wikipedia is this hub of academic work. And even if you don't trust the text that's in the article, which I think you should, mostly, you have these great aspects of the article that become the centerpiece of academic work, which is really amazing to see. So that's really cool to see that the University of Vermont Libraries was adding these links to the bottom. So you have to look into the COI policy. It actually is allowed, maybe not endorsed all the time, but it is allowed to have these libraries put in their links to the bottom as long as they're relevant, right? This is another experiment that just happened this week. So this is a great example of how I did a Skype conversation with David Frank, a professor at the University of Oregon, and he's the expert on this philosopher, Chaim Perlman. And I said, I don't know anything about him, but I know how to work Wikipedia. So we spent an hour Skype conversation where we dissected the article. He told me what things were good, what things were bad, dead links, what do we do with these things, what journal had moved from one site to another. And we fixed a lot of the issues in this article in just a 1 hour Skype conversation, which is really cool. So you can see that I actually showed him how to use the Wayback Machine. So it's great bidirectional learning here, right? He taught me about his field. I taught him about the Internet Archive and how to replace dead links and some of the policies in Wikipedia. And I think we need more models like this where we can do these types of things one-on-one, but have very high impact without requiring people to come to meetups or learn all the things about Wikipedia editing. All right, number 5, let's get original. So one of the things that we all know, oh, Wiki News, poor, poor Wiki News. So refactoring a vision for original reporting in Wikimedia, I think we need to think about this in a serious way. And honestly, Wiki News isn't it. Now, this is not new to a lot of people who have been watching Wiki News over the years. I feel bad in some ways, but back in 2010, I gave a very long interview why Wiki News doesn't and probably would never work, which does not make folks like Tom Morris and those folks happy in Wiki News. But the numbers speak for themselves. You know, very active editors, 15 for August. Very active, 4. If you look at the graph, it's not a good trajectory, right? So it's, yeah, I heard a oh, I heard a sigh. But the fundamentals are that time-critical deadlines and wikis just aren't a good fit. And we've kind of known that for a while. And I admire folks who've been trying this to try to see if a square peg goes in a round hole, but it hasn't worked, and it's not likely to work. And I'm going to be bold in saying it will not work this way. It's not to say I'm not a fan. You know, I was actually one of the first accredited Wiki News people in 2005. I was accredited for the WTO conference, believe it or not. On a whim, I said, let's see if we can get accredited as Wiki News, and they accredited Wiki News in 2005, which is pretty cool. So we need a new vision for original reporting. We actually do have a real need for original reporting in the Wikimedia universe, right? And I think the real value of a refashioned or refactored Wiki News is the ability to have feature or what we call timeless content, right? So don't try to compete with the Associated Press and Reuters and all these breaking news agencies. Do what we do best. We've got a globally distributed community. We've got people who can spend time to gather things. We can have lots of eyeballs on things to translate things back and forth. Let's not try to do something unnatural for our community, right? So what are some of the things that we can do? Interviews, event coverage, documentary, and long-form narratives. We have some examples of this already, right? Anyone here know David Shankbone? Right? One of the most prolific photographers we have in our community, and he made news back in 2008 by getting, you know, the first ever kind of sit down with the head of state. So we did this extended interview with Shimon Peres, and the whole interview's down there, and it's Creative Commons, so anyone can use it. So really great to have this record that is, you know, open license, and anyone can use it from that day on, right? So we do have some templates for this. Another great reason why this would be useful, there were some recent news articles about how Wikipedia's worldview is skewed by rich Western voices, or why it matters that US and European editors dominate Wikipedia. We know this is a problem. We know that a lot of voices from you know, Southeast Asia and from the Middle East, you know, find that either the editors from the West or the reliable sources from the West tend to weigh down and suppress a lot of the activity that they have in their communities, right? So what can we do about this? I would say let's go back and reboot some of the things that we had in the past, like oral citations. We had this project back, I believe, in 2011 that Ashal Prabhala, he was on the advisory board of the Wikimedia Foundation, made this beautiful video. And he basically said, you know, we have this real systemic bias in Wikipedia or in Wikimedia universe that what is on the internet wins in terms of being cited and getting into our Wikipedia editions. But what if we could actually be a news gathering force or original reporting force in the field, especially for his home country of India, right? So he talked about going to villages and documenting children's games that have never been written about before, or getting oral histories from folks who've never had the opportunity to write their own histories before. So this is a really interesting opportunity that we've really never taken up or even explored. And my argument that I even made a few years ago is that we could really be like National Geographic 2.0, right? With the number of people we have distributed around the world, you could produce more in 1 month than what National Geographic does in a whole year if we put our minds to it. So there's some really interesting opportunities here, and it has a lot to do with video and multimedia, which I will talk about next. Multimedia. If you look at some of the sessions we have at this conference, I think this is also a turning point for multimedia in the Wikimedia universe. Although we call ourselves Wikimedia, it's still very much a text-based operation that we have. Video, 3D, and virtual reality, these are all things that we've been looking into. Video is the first big one that I think we can crack. VR and 3D, much tougher. And the main reason why is because we lack widely used open standards for a lot of these tools. We've been talking to folks like the Smithsonian. So I don't know if folks here have heard of the X3D project from the Smithsonian, but they've been scanning and digitizing all their things in 3D, and it's great that they have it in these 3D formats. Unfortunately, it's encumbered in an Autodesk plugin. So what would we transcode those models into, even though they're released under a free license? What we transcode it into, and there actually is no dominant format that we can think of. Even worse is that if we want to experiment with these on Wikimedia servers, there is a requirement in Commons that any kind of new media type you put in Commons, you need to be able to put a thumbnail in, right? It kind of makes sense, right? If you put a link to it in a Wikipedia article, you can't just have a big blank gray box. You need to show what this looks like and what people can do to interact with it. So we really don't have, on a production scale or production level, tools that allow us to launch something as sophisticated as 3D or VR on Commons right now, right? So in terms of video, this is one of the projects I've been doing for the last few years. Wiki makes video. Numbers are pretty stark. I think this has actually climbed to 0.2% now, which is, yay, 0.2%. But it's better than it used to be. So there are about 4,500 videos or articles that use video for 4 million articles. I think we've reached about 7,000 to 8,000 articles now among the 5 million articles. So we're climbing, but it's not quite 0.2%. But it's getting there. We are actually seeing people interested in doing video and putting them into articles. But the problem is right now, video is a solo act. This is not just true for Wikipedia and Wikimedia. It's true for pretty much anything. Video is a solo act in terms of who can edit it and who has the technology to actually do storytelling. Unless you are really high-end and you work for Lucasfilm and they do multi-million-dollar operations where they have fiber and high-speed networks around the world. But for the average consumer, it's solo. You're shooting on your mobile, you're shooting on your camcorder, and it probably stays there because no one really knows how to edit video very well, except for a few people, right? So what are we doing about this? Well, I think we are at the stage where video collaboration is ready to break out into kind of what I see the fourth big innovation of the last 40 years. If you look back to the 1980s, the big revolution was the graphical user interface, right? The Macintosh and Windows. You don't need to know how to type in a command line. You can point and click and do things without having to read a manual. That was great. 1990s was the World Wide Web, where we had that innovation of hitting network resources without having to type in FTP, download, or upload. You click. You don't even care where that server is. You clicked on something, it brought you to another site, and you could surf and navigate around the world, right? So that was the innovation of the 90s, multimedia access to network resources. I'd like to say the biggest innovation of the 2000s was Wikipedia, right? It's basically the ability to collaborate in large scale when no one thought it was possible, and that was the big thing. And if you put all those things together, I really do think that collaborative video editing is the big innovation that is the breakthrough for this decade, because this is the kind of the last leg that we cannot punch through in terms of getting better video out there. Even if you look at the very active YouTube teenagers out there, it's still a solo act. They're downloading the video from 5 or 6 different places, editing on iMovie on their computer, and uploading. It's not collaborative, right? It's contributory, but it's not collaborative. So I think there's a real interesting thing happening here with collaborative video editing. And the cool thing is I think the Wikimedia community and partners are in the position to make a big deal out of this, and we'll have a whole session on it at this conference. The problem is it's commercially unattractive. It's not interesting commercially to Apple, Adobe, or even our former partner, Kaltura, who kind of went down this road with us to try to do collaborative video editing. I can't blame them. Like, how do you get a critical mass of people to have this technology while trying to make money off of it? You pretty much have to give it away so that thousands of people will participate, but then how do you upcharge them so that you make money off of it? So I can't really blame these companies for looking down that corridor and saying, nothing is going to come of this revenue-wise anytime soon. But that's why communities like ours with open source technologies have such a great opportunity. So one of the neat things here is something called Mozilla Popcorn Maker. And someone from Mozilla is going to be here on Sunday for the hackathon or the unconference, where we're going to try to take their video editing interface and plug it into common stuff, and hopefully we'll make this Frankenstein creation that will actually do some interesting things. The Internet Archive uses this intensely right now. If you've ever gone to tv.archive.org, it's amazing that they're actually recording, dozens and dozens and dozens of newscasts over the air, and you can go there and do your own Jon Stewart Daily Show of cutting together newscasts through this type of interface. So the interesting thing is that if you look at the interface, it actually does kind of look like iMovie. You've got a timeline, you've got a bin where you can line up your clips. But imagine if you could line up your clips, make a rough edit, save it, just like you'd have a wiki page, and leave an edit comment saying, here's my first cut edit, Bob, Mike, Jane, take a look at it, see if you can make it better. Add your audio, add music, add your subtitles. Oh, Benoit, add the French subtitles to that thing. So we don't have all that plumbing right now, but it's not that hard. We have all little pieces, but no one's put it together yet because it's not commercially interesting for most people, right? So we might have that opportunity very soon to do that. This is an example of the Smithsonian X3D. Beautiful stuff, but look at that, powered by Autodesk. It's kind of stranded in the Autodesk environment. So it'd be great to have a way to get this in. It's in the Fabricator requests, but it's tough, right? So if no one here, hopefully everyone here knows about Fabricator. It's kind of the, how would you describe it? Kind of task management system or project management system that we have in the community to track things. Another cool thing is Google Cardboard. I think this is another reason why it's a turning point. If you've never experienced VR through the $1,000 Oculus Rift, get this $5 cardboard thing and put your cell phone in there. And it's pretty amazing what you can do by putting your mobile phone in this chunk of cardboard with 2 plastic lenses and download the Cardboard app and look around and navigate Paris or navigate Tokyo. It's a pretty empowering thing. So can we get content in Wikimedia that can harness these types of things where it's cheap and it's really powerful?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, yes. This is a real sad story, and this was brought to my attention from the Wikimedia communications folks. So this is a real heartbreaking story of, as everyone knows, that these ruins are actually being destroyed in Syria, right? And it actually is a pretty significant effort to try to preserve these. And Basel here is actually one of the guys who's been trying to digitize and make 3D models of this to preserve them. But he's actually been arrested, and no one really knows where he is right now. So a lot of the folks who have been working with Creative Commons have been trying to assist in trying to locate him and raise the profile of where he is. One of the interesting things is that he's using Internet Archive right now for his work, but that's mainly because, you know, as someone who's been active in the Wikimedia projects, he doesn't have a place to put his 3D content in our universe. So that's something that we really need to think about is, can we move faster in these areas to embrace VR and 3D technologies? But it's really tough. It's a whole new type of community we need to build, right? So the big question we always get is, for the next generation of video, 3D, and VR participants in the Wikimedia universe, are they new participants, or are you converting existing Wikipedians? And it's almost always, the answer is, we need to bring in new blood, new expertise, new types of thinking about this. So please do take a look at this page and tweet out and let people know about this story. It's on the Wikimedia blog right there. So Wikipedia has dominated Britannica and Carta, but the funny thing is our multimedia and Wikimedia is very weak. If anyone ever remembers playing those Encarta and Britannica DVDs, they were pretty remarkable for their multimedia, right? You could actually go and see the civil rights timeline. You could hear Martin Luther King's speech. You could do all these cool things. So we really should think about how we can provide experiences like that. We're always going to be handcuffed, though, right? The nice thing about Encarta being a Bill Gates operation, and Bill Gates also happening to own the largest photo and video collection in the entire world, was that he could get very, very, very favorable rates for copyrighted info. We don't have that luxury. We don't even have that flexibility, right? So we are always going to be, you know, stuck in this gap where we can't put certain copyrighted info in there, but it shouldn't stop us from trying this, right? We can do some interesting things. Original reporting will help, capture our own stories in the field, create our own media. And how many people here have used Histropedia before? Everyone's seen it. Cool, all right. So this is one of the fruits of Wikidata, is that Histropedia allows you to browse timelines. I think I have a snapshot of it later in this slide deck. Histropedia allows you to just automatically create multimedia, well, photo, picture timelines of Wikipedia content simply by typing in a category name or the name of a person, and it'll go and find all the Wikipedia articles and plot them in a timeline. Okay, so we talked about the lack of standards and thumbnail previews as a big problem here. So this is Histropedia. They were actually at Wikimania last year, I think it was, when they were displaying, not last year, 2014, showing this. This is really cool. So you can actually go in there, type in descendants of Queen Victoria, and then boom, it'll all be plotted here. You can drag them around. You can customize this as you need to, right? So tools like this are really neat and possible through things like Wikidata, which have structured operations. Commons break. Anyone recognize this? I think this was a picture of the year. Was this picture of the year? No, I think a variation of this was picture of the year. But this is actually high-speed photography done by the user Richie Black. And it's pretty cool. He describes everything. It's really neat how, unlike just seeing this in a magazine, you actually have the photographer explaining how he did it, and he kind of showed the intermediate pictures for how he shot it and had some experiments that didn't work, and how he photoshopped the screw-in piece at the bottom later on. So it's really great not just to have media that's free, but because folks are passionate about making them, they actually explain all their techniques in the back. So it's actually an educational experience there. All right, so we're down to the last two, partnerships. Partnerships. Now, this is compared to GLAM, right? So GLAM is something that we often call like-minded institutions. Museums, libraries, universities all have the public interest at its very heart, right? But what about not so like-minded institutions? So this is interesting in terms of what do we do when we interact with folks who are not necessarily, as their primary mission, interested in knowledge in the public interest. So do we want détente and dialogue? If we're being responsible for what Wikipedia is putting out, shouldn't we be engaging more of these types of folks? So I think the best example of this is something that we did in the last 2 years with PR companies. So how many people here have heard of the Donovan House or PR.com statement before? Not that many of you. Good. I mean, not good. It's not good, but it's good that you'll be learning something from this. So one of the things that you may not know is that all the major PR companies globally have signed on to a statement saying they honor Wikipedia's guidelines, terms of use, and they're going to try to employ consistent practices across their firms. And this was done by Wikipedians, and specifically William Butler, right there, Butler Inc., the Wikipedian online. And this happened actually first at this roundtable we had here in DC, and we just called it the Donovan House group because that was the Donovan House Hotel. But it was basically 4 or 6 of the folks who had been involved with CREW. Some people may know the Corporate Representatives for Ethical Wikipedia Engagement. And that's just a Facebook group where Wikipedians and PR representatives were trying to, hash out some of these issues with PR companies editing Wikipedia content or not editing Wikipedia content. And this really rose out of the Wiki PR scandal that we had, right? Where there's this massive sock puppet network uncovered from so-called PR companies doing this. And what happened was these reputable, large, multi-billion-dollar PR companies really want to distance themselves from those practices. They said, those are some young folks who call themselves a PR firm. They don't abide by our guidelines. They don't abide by the industry's guidelines. But we're being roped in with those folks. So they wanted to really say, these are the practices we believe in. We want to work with you. So we had this meeting there, and eventually there was this statement that came out where those folks at the meeting and folks who were even not at the meeting signed on to the statement. So it was called the Statement. It's a horrible name. I wish we had something a little bit more catchy, but it's the Statement on Wikipedia from Participating Communication Firms. But it's pretty significant in terms of saying what they would and would not do, right? So it's just some very basic things like to better understand the fundamental principles of editing Wikipedia, but they said to act in accordance with Wikipedia's policies and guidelines, which is pretty big, right? Because before we had the statement, we always assumed there's kind of this weird Cold War, like were these companies editing behind the scenes? Were there sock puppet networks? Did they swear not to do sock puppetry or meat puppet? We're not really sure. And the nice thing about this document was it said, we as Edelman, or we as MSL Group, we say that at least from the top down, we're telling our employees, do not do X, abide by Wikipedia's principles. So you can see here even, this was a useful phrase just recently when we found that one PR company needed to be informed that one of their lower level employees was editing in violation, and they took it and acted on it very quickly, is to investigate potential violations and seek corrective action. Right? So they were going to actively make sure that if there were employees of their PR firms who were violating Wikipedia policies, they wouldn't just shrug. They would find them and educate them and say, we're going to make this better and not do that in the future. That's really impressive to see these firms do that. Right? It got a lot of industry coverage. It got a lot of coverage within the PR industry and ad industry. And what's really interesting also is we saw real letters sent within PR companies that specified that they were to start abiding by that policy. So this is not just some lip service in the public. They were actually doing real change within their organizations. So that's really important. And it's something that I really wouldn't think could have happened 3 or 4 years ago. But we had Wikipedians, myself and some other folks, sit down at the table with PR companies. And it wasn't tense, it was open, it was honest, it was a great meeting of minds to come up with something that was satisfactory to both sides. And the question is, should we be coming up with these types of negotiations and détentes with other types of fields? And I think that is something we really should look into more. And the last thing is trust. This is the toughest one, right? The toughest thing we have is the community foundation. So there's a little bit insider for folks who are not reading the mailing lists all the time or looking at the intrigue that we have between the community and the foundation. But we've had historical clashes that have caused a lot of tension between the Wikimedia Foundation in San Francisco and full-time employees and people who are paid and are on the hook to implement features and to stick to timelines. And then the community that declares that they are the ones who are the most important. I'm a community member, so I'm not trying to say they, like that we as a community are the most important thing and that we should be driving the bus. And we are always having this tension here, whether it's when the visual editor launches or whether it should be the default for new editors or whether when you look at a picture on Wikipedia, whether it should satisfy veterans or newbies or how to plan Wikimania or how to put language in the fundraising banner messages. So all of these have been tensions between the community or chapters and the foundation. And there's no easy way out of this, but I think we really do need to think about ways to bridge that gap, right? I always like to remind folks who are kind of new to Wikipedia when they start reading the mailing list, I say, please remember the mailing list, the loudest ones on the mailing list do not make a majority. In fact, most times I tell people, just don't read the mailing list if you treasure your mental health. But it's tough, right? Trying to make sense of all these different channels is really hard. Should we be looking at on-wiki discussions, the mailing list, real-life meetups, Wikimania, Wikimedia Conference, chapters, social media channels? Some of these are open participation. Some of these are closed participation. Some of these have money involved. Some of them don't have money involved. It's not easy to figure out the priorities here or who gets the say in these types of things, right? So what's next for this? You know, there's some really interesting proposals offered. Like perhaps the Wikimedia Foundation has several times a year, you know, just these kind of meetups and invite people from all around the world, almost like a mini Wikimania, but very small, like maybe a dozen or two people to just do these little design sprints, to really just get involved with having open face-to-face dialogue with folks, not waiting for gigantic conferences or conferences like this yearly, to have shorter engagements and to think about little projects. And I think things around mobile and video and multimedia are ideal for this, and we're already kind of doing that already with a lot of things that we are experimenting with multimedia. So I think there's something to be learned here in terms of having these little design sprints and little projects that allow for the community and foundation to call successes going forward. Right. And the last thing I want to point out is the Wikipedia space. And it's great to talk about this in the space where Wikipedia space is supposed to be. So this is a grant that we put in for the Wikipedia space with the Knight Foundation. And honestly, this is a grant that we could, this is a project we could execute from $0 to $1 million, and we would do something meaningful with whatever level of funding that we got. But the nice thing about getting money from the Knight Foundation is we can experiment with a lot of different models for this. And the basic idea is this, is that we found that the edit-a-thons we do in DC and other places have kind of a limited effect or limited ROI. We know that there's a lot to absorb in one sitting. The general model goes, people come in, you sit down, and then someone tries to give a lecture very well about Wikipedia's policies and all the things, but it's a lot to absorb, right? It's probably no less than 15 or 20 slides that you need to absorb. We tell them about all kinds of acronyms, we tell them about all kinds of policies. It's a lot to digest. So the idea here is that what if we could, instead of appointment-based learning, have a facility where people can kind of come in at any time and engage in learning about Wikipedia with a standing facility, such as one here in National Archives. So this is just the initial version of this idea. We started with 5 core banners, and you'll see them outside. I absolutely welcome and encourage you to send me feedback on this. So you can go to this page, WP space, or tweet with that hashtag. Tell us what you think. What other panels should we have there? These are just representative of panels introducing Wikipedia, how to edit, commons, trustworthiness of Wikipedia, and then one just simply about collaboration and GLAM projects that we've done. There is a lot of opportunity here so that we can come up with a good set of slides. And one of the ideas is that when we have edit-a-thons, we could even bring a portable version of this and say, hey, show up, and for the first 30 minutes, mingle, go through this mini pop-up exhibit, and you can get up to speed very quickly on Wikipedia with something like this. And even though it looks like it's an old-fashioned type of thing with posters, just think about how much more information you can fit on a 2-meter by 1-meter banner than you could even a $3,000 laptop, right? There's a lot of information you could impart with this here, and you can actually engage in dialogue with Wikipedia and say, I don't understand this, could you tell me more about this? And we're trying to come up with different models on how we can engage folks in learning about Wikipedia. Right? So the policy pages and the help pages are not enough. The nice thing about this is a 10,000-foot view of Wikipedia for new editors. They can kind of see that, okay, if I can digest these 5 slides, I kind of can wrap my arms around Wikipedia. Whereas right now, I think I've been to enough edit-a-thons, I see people kind of glaze over by the 10th slide and say, wow, that's a lot to digest, right? Okay, last thing I wanted to say is first-year college students have never known a world without Wikipedia. This is kind of scary. It's scary good, but it's also scary. Like, I don't know what to make of this. And it'd be really interesting to hear what you folks think of it. 18-year-olds entering college right now have never seen this contrast of the world without Wikipedia and the world with Wikipedia. And I always say that that's a huge transformational moment for most of us who remember that change. But what happens when you have folks who have just, yeah, Wikipedia is like water and sewage. It's just a resource that's always been there. So what's the big deal? I'd love to hear opinions on what you think that could mean for this next generation of folks who have never seen that contrast. So there's no guarantee Wikipedia will be here in 15 years. The strange thing is I was saying this back in 2006 even. I was at the Wikimania conference. I said, this is a really, really interesting time to be at a conference in 2006 when Wikipedia was just bursting in terms of growth. And I said, even before we saw the numbers in 2007, I said, this is a pretty special time. We can't always depend on this gigantic buzz and this acceleration of what we're doing. And that's something we really have to think about in terms of what we see as what the next logical step is for the next 15 years. So these are just some of the big themes among these 8 that I was talking about. Collaborative multimedia, original reporting, I really think we have to look into that. Mobile participation. Even if you don't like mobiles and don't think that this is the future, you've got to realize we are the 1%ers in this room. The vast majority of folks are going to be hitting Wikipedia content, whether we like it or not, on mobiles. So a really interesting thing that the New York Times did recently. The newsroom at the New York Times instituted a mobiles-only policy for 24 hours because they said their journalists weren't using the mobile devices enough to look at their own stories. They said that they were not looking at the New York Times like the customers were, right? That very few people were looking at the New York Times on a big 20-inch monitor. The majority of folks were going onto their mobiles. So they said, we're going to lock you out of the desktop site for 24 hours. You've got to live for 24 hours with the mobile just to force the journalists to understand what this new reality was going to look like. That's really interesting to see. It's that serious at places like the New York Times. Engaging diverse peers. So all these things I talked about in terms of video. The great thing about video in terms of contribution is you don't have to know how to write. You don't have to know how to do wiki markup. If you can shoot, and you can upload, and you can drag and drop, there's a huge opportunity to engage new audiences in creating content in the Wikimedia universe. And then this is a kind of intractable thing, making a civil and cooperative community. I'd love to hear ideas on that from this audience because I'm not sure where we go from here. Anyway, I'd love to hear your views on where Wikipedia will be in 15 years, and I think the National Archives prefers you to come up and use the microphones on the sides, but I'm happy to take any questions that you have. Thanks a lot. Yes, if you shout it, I'll try to repeat it.
What's your take on the feature story that 60 Minutes did on Wikipedia? When you've made a 60 Minutes feature story, you're mainstream.
I think we've been mainstream for a while. Yeah, but that was pretty good. I think a lot of us here had interacted with that 60 Minutes crew when they were at Wikimania and other venues. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a pretty good piece. But you know, after you've seen so much media coverage of Wikipedia, you realize that most of them are not going to have anything breakthrough, but they're just trying to explain Wikipedia to new audiences. That's a first. So 60 Minutes viewership is pretty much on the older side. So they might not have known much about what happened behind the scenes. So I thought it was a pretty good piece. Yep. Let me start over here, and then we'll go that side. Yes. You can pull it out so we can see you. Yeah.
Hello, I'm here. We talk online, so we will talk afterward about video. I want to ask you about...
Can you turn it on?
No.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Okay. Hello. So I'm Pine. We were talking about getting video set up for today, ironically enough. So I'm hoping we'll have a chance to talk a little bit more about multimedia today. I want to ask you about an expression Lila used on her talk page, and I was talking with her a little bit about. She used the expression "boil the ocean." And I was thinking, if you were going to boil Wikipedia's ocean, you know, really make a big transformational change, whether that's culture or technology, what sort of boil the ocean proposition would you make?
Wow, you don't ask small questions there, I guess. Boil the ocean. I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, you folks are the smart ones here in terms of how do you change this. How do you make big change? I don't know. It's to me, it's intractable. So for folks who don't know, it's Lila Tretikov, the executive director of the foundation. Yeah. Kevin.
So I hate to interject this into a keynote, but since you mentioned the Donovan House Agreement and specifically the violation of it, I wanted to talk just for a second about that. So before we found a violation of the Donovan House Agreement, there had been some question about how serious PR agencies had been about actually following the terms of it. I was the person who found the initial violation of the Donovan House Agreement and emailed the firm's listed contact on the PR comm statement, and ended up getting a response from the internal vice president for communications for the entire firm within 5 minutes, explaining that it was a new hire that would never happen again, and basically begging not to get embarrassed further.
So that's good. I mean, they're taking it seriously, which is great to see. Absolutely. Let's go to that side and we'll come back.
Yeah.
David, you want to introduce yourself so we all know who you are?
Yeah, I'm DGG, David. And what I see as the biggest problem, which we did not think of when we started Wikipedia, is how to maintain the material current. Nobody thought at the time that we would have to deal 10 years later with the need to revise every article. And people are much more interested in writing new articles than fixing the old ones.
Yeah, so what do you see as the way out of that?
Basically, the only thing I see that may be of any help is concentrating our instructional programs not on people writing new articles, but on people revising old ones, which I think is the easier thing to start with in any case. Right.
And if James were here, I hope he's feeling better. But you know, one of the things he's doing with Wiki Project X is to try to come up with revive the vitality of the wiki projects and to use those as ways to look at bunches of articles and to see whether that's a way to get more activity and to improve those and to maintain those articles. What's that?
And track what is happening.
And track what's happening, right. Just to even know what's happening. That's right. Yes?
My name is Izzy, Hebrew University of Jerusalem, School of Education. What do you think about the future of Wikipedia as a platform for educational games?
Educational games?
Or collaborative educational games?
I'm not an expert in that, but you know, I think the Wikidata game is a great example of what could be happening out there.
Can you see anything coming?
I do think so. And one of the things that we're at American University where I teach, we're actually having a whole conference about news games and how Wikipedia might play into that, right? Basically, how to use game design to engage folks in, whether that's a wiki or a game. And one of the things that we're at American University where I teach, we're actually having a whole conference about news games and how Wikipedia might play into that, right? Basically, how to use game design to engage folks in, whether that's a wiki or a game. And one of the things that we're at American University where I teach, we're actually having a whole conference about news games and how Wikipedia might play into that, right? Basically, how to use game design to engage folks in things like Wikidata and sifting through information to create better knowledge sources. So that's something that I think I'm hopeful for, but I don't know. I think that's something Wiki Education Foundation would be keen to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Yes.
Hi, I'm S. McCandlish, or Stanton. I don't want to speak to editor retention generally, because that's a really large, box of worms or bag of worms or whatever that phrase is. But we've definitely got a core problem with expert retention and expert involvement, and I think especially from the academic side, and I see that there's two principal problems, and that is one, the incoming attitude of I am an expert, like I am a reliable source, and how dare you make me do this, undergrad level research digging to cite sources, and this can be a very difficult sort of educational problem to get incoming experts to be willing to do this, and many of them just get mad and leave, especially when you start citing policy acronyms at them. And a second, thing in that vein is they tend to want to recast all of the content as if it were written for their peers in a journal.
Right.
And I'm thinking that we need some way to engage these people at a different sort of layered level, where maybe they can write material as they would write it, and then other editors compress it down into a Wikipedian audience kind of material. And I think that's something worth thinking about in the long term. That maybe we need the article page and the talk page and a workshop page for for actual experts to build this huge journal-like version of it that other editors can squeeze down.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, one of the reasons why we just kind of hacked the talk page for that video talk was that we don't have any other mechanisms, right? So one of the things that we were talking about is what if we could have like a research bookshelf as part of the talk page?
We do.
Where's that?
So hypothesis, for instance, annotation tools. In the process of working together with them to get experts to annotate existing Wikipedia articles, just the same way, so that they don't have to bother with the problems that you mentioned.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
All right.
Oh, and
Tell us who you are, Meechan.
Daniel Meechan, video, open access.
That's great. I mean, I think we're overdue for something that is more than direct editing and talk. We need something else there as well. I think you're right.
And a very brief comment on the last comment. There's an entire genre now of games, like video games, geared toward learning to code, like to program. And something like that seems like it could be easily adapted to learning to research for an article.
Right.
So
like the Wikipedia Adventure
for
research.
Worth looking into.
Does the Wikipedia Adventure train you on research or only editing? I think it's just editing, right? So it'd be kind of interesting to do a Wikipedia Adventure for research. There's an idea. What's that?
Love that idea.
Awesome. Let's do it. Good idea. We've solved the problem. Awesome. Good. Yes.
I'm Strimvogel, 66, lead coordinator for the Mill Hist project. I talked a couple years ago to a good friend of mine at the CU Denver, and he's like the world authority on a particular German scientist, about getting him to even edit the article on his subject, and he was not interested because he felt he got nothing out of it. He would have to spend a fair amount of time updating and all that kind of stuff. And so his motivation was not high. And what I thought of later was that the history department there had a requirement for public service. And the route that I thought of after I'd moved away and all that, but he didn't like his department head, so it wasn't really an option, was to interest the department head in crediting Wiki work as part of their public service. That might be a route to really raise academic interest in getting this stuff done if they get credit for it.
Right. That's a good idea. And I think the Wiki Ed Foundation is sponsoring the whole scholars side of things. Is that right? So visiting scholars, right? So maybe that title itself could be interesting in terms of getting credit, whether you're going for tenure or service
Right.
on your
Right.
on your
and
dossier.
if they, and you'd have to put some limits on you. If you get it up to GA status, that's like a quarter publication credit for, something like that. But
Right.
that would, I think, would raise a lot of interest.
Right, right.
This is something that's actually already happened at least once that we know of, if not more than that. And in that case, it was as a prolific writer on the English Wikipedia, who's also a professor in, I forget where, received not only public service credit towards tenure, but they actually counted his featured article towards his research towards tenure.
Right, but and that's great. But I think some of the outreach needs to be aimed at the departments and the department heads.
That's a great idea. Yeah, thank you. So we'll take the last two questions here. Yeah, go ahead. Or three. Yeah.
You go. Hi, my name's Bob Cummings. I teach at the University of Mississippi, and I'm also a member of the Wiki Ed board. I wanted to follow up on DGG's comment about the difficulty of attracting people to update information on Wikipedia versus creating new pages. And I wanted to point out that recently there was a study in psychology where they tried to take some of the most important articles in the last decade and then tried to reproduce those results. And they found that overall the results were usually inflated and they were difficult to reproduce, at least to the extent that the original authors had claimed that they had found them. And one of the things they're finding is that in academia, there's a systemic bias against reproducing others' results. This is how the scientific method is supposed to work, but you get much more credit for finding original results rather than doing the quote-unquote grunt work of reproducing someone else's results. So I think this is another interesting area where Wikipedia and the academy can intersect, because as the academy works on trying to find a way to solve that type of problem, I think that it will inform the way that Wikipedia works to try to solve the problem of attracting people to update pages. Thank you.
Good point. That's a really good point. Thank you. I'm sorry? The Academy. The Academy. Yeah. Let's just quick. Yeah. Not a specific academy. Yeah. Last one.
Okay.
Pete Hess, you touched on how much information is available online versus dead tree information. I got into an argument with somebody a while ago, I think it was in a deletion discussion, and the person who said we should not allow, Wikipedia should flatly disallow any offline reference. In other words, if you couldn't find it online, you can't use it. And I said, you just threw out 95% of the world's knowledge. Right. I don't know if 95% is accurate. But what I'm actually more interested in is, where do you think we're going to be in 15 years in terms of what's available online versus what you have to go to a library to see?
Good question. And I'll point you also to I guess the foundation is going to sponsor that Pete Forsyth event with Jake Orlowitz and Michael Eison. Right. From the open, so open access, I won't even say versus, open access on one side and then the Wikipedia library on the other, talking about, the future of information availability going forward. So I'd take a look at that. Those are interesting folks to ask that question to as well. And then last one, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Kayla. Thanks so much for your very interesting talk. I wanted to sort of follow up on your explanation of the statement that was agreed upon by the 12 PR firms was it last summer? So following that statement, besides that sort of breach of one of the PR firms that we talked about earlier, has there been success in, paid editors being able to influence their clients' pages in a way that is following the rules? Like, for example, on a talk page, if they go to a talk page and cite, some recent statistic and say, this page about me is wrong, it seems that on talk pages, other editors are really antagonistic towards that towards that sort of participation. So I'm just feeling like it's not really solved. And what do you recommend that PR firms do besides just, say, we're out, like we're not participating at all? We'll just, tell our clients that there's nothing that they can do if there's factually incorrect information about them out there online.
Right. One of the things I didn't mention is this, what we call the crew flowchart. So this is one of the things that we worked with the crew group on a, looks horrible to people who are not used to seeing flowcharts. But there's a rhyme to this reason, or there's a reason to this rhyme. I'm not sure what it is. But this is the preferred process that you follow if you're a conflicted, paid editor. And it does pretty much come down to loop quickly and vigorously in here in terms of leaving suggestion, prod someone who's edited before, get someone's attention, maybe they'll help you out. If not, wait a little bit longer, try it again, repeat, lather, rinse, around and around and around. But so that can be very unsatisfactory. But William Butler here is the pro on this. He will say, it's possible, it is not easy, right? I think that's the one-line summary of this.
Right. I mean, because who else has a vested interest in some random, company's page besides the company?
Well, it's funny you mention it. So one of the sessions that we have, this will be the last thing I'll say, is the fact that English Wikipedia has a policy that is not universal. In fact, if you look at Swedish, German, and these other languages, they allow corporate representatives to directly edit the article.
What? Which?
Lots of additions. So one of the things that we did in our mini project is how many of those 25 top languages allow direct editing from corporate representatives? And no one's ever really looked at the whole universe before. So we have maybe half of those sampled, and the interesting results have come back, and we're going to try to do all 25. But the fact is, if you look at some major languages in Europe, they say, oh yeah, the IKEA representative, sure, come on in and edit. If we say we're the encyclopedia that anyone can edit, the paid corporate representative of IKEA isn't anyone, so come on in and edit, as long as you can abide by our rules. That's very different than what we have in English Wikipedia, so it's interesting to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes... I work for a PR firm. I don't know if that was obvious, but I mean, I'm stuck telling my clients, no, we can't do this, you can't do this, it's against the rules all the time, and they don't understand because,
Have you seen a flowchart before?
I haven't.
Okay, so join crew, look at the flowchart, and talk to Bill. Yeah. All right, thanks, folks. It's been fun. All right, I'll stand here. Look up or look down?
And also the person who did the full Wikipedia thing, as well as a lot of the Ottoman House stuff. And also, ironically, friends with Bill, whose name I still can't pronounce, has actually been trying to demonstrate his constructively against Wikipedia, because who the hell else is going to want to do something like edit the number of offices that an organization has for right now. If you get in touch with me, I will make sure that at least I'll try to
You said you didn't come last time because of other projects, right? And never knew.
So lunch is
Bill is going there. If I follow Bill, I'm not
Don't break and we'll suck down some more coffee and then I think I'm back here and we'll come for the Plan Wiki Consortium.
right now, San Diego, unfortunately, I came down with septic shock long ago.
But it'd be interesting.
also have not met that in person either. I know what
Well,
he looks
that makes
like.
two of us.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
we know which room we are in. I don't know where that room is for you.
No, I haven't decided that yet. So, figure
No,
it out.
we were supposed to have started like 2 minutes ago.
Oh shit, okay, let's go. Andreas Colby from Wikipedia, but
Excellent.
Okay. From Wikipedia Forum.
Yes, I followed the Keynote now. I think we are going to go further up on the little line with everybody else. I set that up.
All right. Was it you? Did all do that? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But actually my wife did that.
All right. Very cool.
Because she was more switched on to Twitter than...
Excuse me, sir?
Oh, that was me.
It is the. It's on
Like,
bravery sometimes will reward, sometimes it's not rewarded.
try to get this corrected, but may or may not happen. The community.
That's okay.
Oh, someone just told me and I. Some of all. I had someone put it in for me because I was talking during the speech.
Yeah. Do the mouth pose. Okay, that's good. Work it, work it.
Okay, and you're in New York? Oh, you're in DC. No, I'm in New York. Okay.
Not too far away.
No, yeah, that's great. I have seen your name.
Strange password for this thing.
I mean, I went through the list of and looked like a lot of them after this time stopped contributing anything or, contributed and then had all their previous changes reversed. That happened to like one or two. Isn't that bad? Like, right.
Every situation is different. It could be the right number, it could be wrong. It's just,
Do you think people signed and then continued making changes on Twitter accounts?
they should roughly. And if they did, they should be removed.
What are they signed and then stopped contributing altogether?
So actually, that is starting to involve a lot of people who signed the statements were the people from the firms who were willing to be free to contact them if they needed to. But the majority of them had no intent of being active or involved. Like I do. I've had
Jim Dennis. Nice to meet you. Not a Wikipedia.
Hi.
Jim Dennis.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm in the DC area.
In New York?
think it started yet, but I didn't know.
Oh yes, that would be a good idea.
So you'll be around this weekend?
I hope to come back on Sunday. I
Okay.
have to leave around 1:30 today.
Cool. Really quickly, what is your background? What do you do?
So my background, I actually I have 2 day jobs, but different days of the week.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's in one respect I'm in transition. I'm an IT consultant, but I also am looking to work my way into a full-time job.
Yeah.
I have a part-time job with right now. That's through better content marketing, better marketing, better PR.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Wikipedia could be a solution there because it's in the conference services space and the maritime space. And for example, when this ship went down off of the coast of South Carolina, we got a ton of phone calls from the media saying, "Okay, can you weigh in on what happened? Why did that happen? The circumstances around it?" Because we educate maritime captains first names.
Cool. All right, I do have to run, but I'll look for you around.
Okay, sounds good.
Hello, everyone. Check, 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 check. Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Can I get everybody's attention real quick? Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? We understand that there's a big need for power in this room, but we can't have people sitting on the steps anymore. So what we have done is, if you look around, there's one there right next to you. There's a reserved seating sign right next to her, and they're scattered throughout the aisles. There are stations there where you can plug in your power there, but we can't have anybody on the steps. Is that okay? So there's plenty of power everywhere in the theater. Okay? All right.
Hello, everybody. I think we're going to get started. The session is actually scheduled to start at 12:15, and I know we went into our break just now, but I think now is a good time. Hopefully people can find their way in from the lobby. As you can see, we're still presenting in the theater, and everybody's dispersed to the conference rooms as well. If anybody wants to move, feel free, but I'm not going to make anyone. So this is the session. I'm going to be talking about the GlamWiki Consortium, GlamWiki US Consortium, I should say. And I've kind of also I wanted to give basically an update on where things stand now. So I've kind of titled it "Where We Stand," but also please stand with us. So this is also, I'm going to start from zero and assume that not everybody here knows what I'm talking about to begin with. You've already heard a lot today about GlamWiki. So this is a specific effort that's going on related to that. And also this will be a bit of a call to action. So to introduce myself, my name is Dominic Bird McDevitt. Recently married. I was Dominic McDevitt Parks, if that name sounds more familiar to anyone. And I'm the Wikipedian in residence here at the National Archives, and I've been here for a few years now. But first, I wanted to kind of acknowledge the person that's not here right now. And that's kind of the person who originated the idea of the GlamWiki US Consortium in the first place several years ago. She was the first Wikipedian in residence at any cultural institution in the United States. And she also worked for a time as the US Cultural Partnerships Coordinator at the Wikimedia Foundation, which is when this kind of all was developed. And so some of you might already know who I'm talking about. that's my wife, Lori Bird McDevitt, who is right now 8 months pregnant and home in Indianapolis. So I'm just, and she's home hoping to hold it in for another few days while I'm here. So if anybody wants to wish her good luck with that. Hang on. Thank you. Need to get my notes actually set up. I have two computers I'm juggling, so I can have notes here in front of me. So sorry about that. So you guys have, Pam and Andrew both gave a good introduction to GlamWiki itself. But I kind of wanted to, before I go further, if anybody here's a grammar nerd, this font does not distinguish between hyphens and end dashes and end dashes. So I apologize. So I just wanted to get you all up to speed and first define GLAM and what we mean by that. It's an acronym that sometimes people in the field don't use if you work for cultural institutions, but Wikipedians like acronyms. And the reason that this kind of came about in the first place and why we collect cultural institutions together under this phrase is because there is, like Andrew used the phrase of like-minded institutions. We talk about cultural institutions as having mission alignment with Wikimedia's mission. There's a lack of conflict of interest in some ways, in that cultural institutions can share about their holdings and their areas of expertise. Of course, there are still articles about cultural institutions themselves. But I don't use that term necessarily. I use that term because these are fields that are already allied, have a shared history and affinity for one another. But I don't use that term necessarily to like exclude, science organizations or academia or any of those things. But it's definitely a concept that has a lot of currency in the Wikipedia community now. I wanted to begin with a little history, how this all began. And really, in the US, GlamWiki began around 2010, 2011. It began with a strong outreach focus. In DC, things began even in 2009. There was a legendary meeting at the Smithsonian with some Wikipedians that you still hear about today. There was, in 2010, at the National Archives, we had our Wikipedia celebration. So there was the first forays. It's also the time where there were early Wikipedian residencies of Wikipedians in residence. So we had Lori at the Children's Museum in Indianapolis, myself here at the National Archives, Sarah Sturch at the Archives of American Art, at the Smithsonian. So that was all kind of happening. We also had our first GLAM camp, which was like a meeting to get together and talk about best practices. So it was the time when we were still like whiteboarding things and figuring out what GlamWiki meant. We were having a lot of ideas, still working things out. But you'll notice that these are mostly the Wikipedians trying to figure this out. And also Liam Wyatt, who was the first Wikipedian in residence and kind of the father of GlamWiki at the British Museum, came and spoke here at the National Archives on this same stage. So that's kind of the beginning. As it progressed, though, we think of like 2012 as kind of this transitional year. Wikipedians at professional conferences. A lot of us, some of us speaking at the association or the Alliance of American Museums, a lot of Wikipedians were at professional conferences. There was this big kind of explosion of interest from cultural institutions that kind of started to get it, or at least wanted to experiment with Wikipedia. But what we were faced with was actually a lack of capacity on the Wikipedia side of things to satisfy this interest, because cultural institutions do not have inherent knowledge of how Wikipedia works, and it's pretty arcane. So a lot of the early projects, were when we're doing things like edit-a-thons or uploading things. That's like a task where a Wikipedian needs to, somebody who's like a native Wikipedian and understands how to edit, needed to lead that project and be the contact kind of on the ground. So that's how things kind of got started and how things stood then. And that's also where we came upon this idea of GLAMs helping GLAMs. And the idea is, there's this problem of scale, and that Wikipedians are never going to be able to scale and be able to run every program in every cultural institution if we kind of get close to that dream of all cultural institutions being Wikipedia savvy, or really being sort of Wikipedians themselves and of the community. So the idea is also that the cultural institutions and professions themselves need to cultivate Wikipedia skills within the profession. And part of that is that this idea of GLAM Wiki is these, cultural institutions and Wikipedia kind of combining their resources. So it's not one direction. It's cultural institutions, GLAMs themselves, need to co-own GLAM Wiki. It's not just Wikipedians doing outreach to cultural institutions trying to get inside their doors and convince and persuade. Keep remembering to switch my slide on both. So this was kind of, in 2012, there was the launch of this idea of the GLAM Wiki US Consortium, was to tackle these ideas. It happened, the official launch was at, here in DC at Wikimania. You'll recognize Andrew Lee there again, and Lori, and Pete Forsyth, who was also mentioned, at the museum giving their kind of first talk. David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States, also was the first person to, he mentioned it in the closing plenary speech of Wikimania itself in front of 1,000 people. So at this point it was aspirational, but the idea here you can see in the way it was first described is to bring together these communities and all the different stakeholders into a network to achieve this shared goal. So kind of the key developments in that first year, and this is actually a picture of GLAM boot camp rather than our first advisory group meeting, because apparently we didn't take pictures of that. But some of the first things we did was we formed an advisory group for the consortium, sort of like a steering committee, and some of them are in the room today. Andrew, Alex, Bob, Andrew Lee himself also. The idea was just, and we also, this was inclusive of people who are sort of the native Wikipedians and people who are sort of native professionals, and from archives, libraries, and museums. So of course now some of the lines have blurred, but we got together, we had a planning meeting, we talked about things like, this was early stages, like should we have a blog, or like really what are we doing? So at this point I would say it was kind of sort of a thing. One of the things that came out of this was that the GLAM Wiki US Consortium applied for and became an official Wikimedia affiliate, a user group, which lasted for a year and then expired because kind of in that first year what we found out was there wasn't a lot of momentum initially because we were all doing this as volunteers on our own time, and this is at the National Archives. I guess you all haven't been to the conference rooms yet because you're here, but when you do, you'll recognize that room. But everybody came here on their own time and actually paid for their own travel for that event. Fast forward a little bit, And in 2015, I would say kind of a quasi reboot for the consortium. And we did this by, we were able to secure funding from the National Archives Foundation, coincidentally also a sponsor for this event. And we've also been really supported a lot by Wikimedia DC, where they became a federal contractor in order for us to use the grants and allow them to do the logistics for these events. So really what this was about was kind of taking it to the next stage. We've used the funding to be able to organize in-person meetings of the advisory group and actually plan for programs like the second GLAM bootcamp, which was a skills building workshop that the sort of GLAM Wiki experts in the community were held for Wikipedians to teach them about cultural institutions. And it was about establishing like actual vision and goals and the roadmap for what we're doing. So I'll just kind of quickly go through some of these things. So one of the big takeaways from our meeting, this is a picture from the meeting. This was all of us, those that could attend, which is most of the advisory group, at the in front of what was then under construction Innovation Hub. And I would definitely encourage you guys to all go check that out on the other side of the building. We did a lot of like really nitty-gritty wordsmithing of mission and vision, but this was definitely going a lot further than what we did in our first meeting. This was about, I guess, 2-year separation between those. So our mission statement is just simply the GLAM Wiki US Consortium brings together knowledge organizations, Wikimedia chapters, and individuals to explore using Wikimedia platforms for sharing knowledge. This network discusses ideas, shares resources, collaborates on projects, establishes best practices, builds expertise as communities united by a common interest in open knowledge, culture. So part of the idea here is just to formalize the concept and really become more of a real thing. So just to kind of, and then we spent a whole lot more of the time thinking about, what are our goals? What are our 5-year goals or 1-year goals? What can we accomplish? Assigning tasks to those members of that were actually there, which I guess is sounds a little dull, but the part of the idea here is to try to, we've not yet talked about this publicly, and to try to bring all of the interested people into the fold so that if you're interested in these ideas, you can sort of volunteer, because it's not just about this appointed group of advisors. So I just wanted to quickly go through and mention the goals that we came up with. And we came up with 5 goals that would kind of guide the GLAM Wiki movement in the United States for the future. These are the 5-year goals. And all of these, we had a lot of smaller things beneath them. But I just kind of wanted to keep it at sort of a high level. So the first goal is about disposition, we said, attitude. And so this goal is that U.S. knowledge organizations consider Wikimedia a valuable ally. This is kind of continuing the sort of initial thrust of GLAM Wiki in the U.S., which was about like changing attitudes and doing outreach towards cultural institutions, which is by no means complete. There's a lot of cultural institutions that still need convincing. So that's an important aspect and what to start off with. And then the second is, as I've already kind of alluded to, building capacity. So this goal is that knowledge organizations will have increased capacity to implement strategies using Wikimedia tools and resources. And this is where we can get into a lot of the practical things that can be done on the Wikimedia side to better facilitate these sort of collaborations. And the second goal is about education, and this gets to kind of what I was talking about with the real lack of skills within the cultural professions when it comes to Wikipedia. So this goal is that all U.S. GLAMs will have access to a well-curated educational and training materials. So this gets to not just like professional development and trainings within the workplace, but also museum education and library and archives education, and this idea of kind of bringing the field forward so it's baked in to people as they become professionals. And then fourth, community, and this is kind of the converse of the first goal for the Wikimedians, and that's that all US Wikimedians have an awareness of GLAMs and have adequate tools and access to knowledge institution resources. And this is important because it's not just about us, the Wikipedia community, doing outreach to cultural institutions, but it's also, it's really important to pave the way for cultural institutions to be welcome on Wikipedia, have a good user experience. A lot of times when you do outreach to cultural institutions, you hear things like, I tried to add a link and then I got reverted and I've never touched Wikipedia again. So obviously there's kind of outreach to do on both sides. A lot of Wikipedians don't necessarily understand what cultural institutions are, or the reason that we might refer to them as like-minded institutions and think about them in that way. So there's work to be done on both ends. And then finally, most excitingly, organizational development. So the last goal is really more about looking inward at the consortium itself that we're building. And the goal is that the consortium is an organization that effectively collaborates within itself in order to complete its stated goals. So the idea here is that in order to meet our goals for the GLAM Wiki community or movement or whatever you want to refer to it as, the consortium itself needs to kind of be stood up and become a real thing that can achieve these things. So I just wanted to talk a little bit more about that because the main things we're talking about when we're looking at organizational structure and sort of what's on the horizon or what we would like to be able to do and move towards are things like having a membership model, and that includes like institutional members, by which I mean like maybe we would become a consortium, bring together multiple actual institutions. We can imagine a day when there is a true consortium of Wikimedia DC and Wikimedia New York and the National Archives and the Smithsonian and maybe like a professional association. Like organizations can actually join and would actually be the driving force behind this, because that's the idea, is that it's a network of these stakeholder groups actually building something together. Another thing is, we've had a lot of struggle with how to move things forward because we're all, volunteers, but doing this in the real world and the professional world, and we can assign tasks all we want, but if we get together twice a year, they don't always get done. So we're moving towards things like the National Archives, has been involved. I am now on work times, can spend time on this. It's not just about volunteers, but we don't have a lot of other institutions that are involved to that level. So one of our big efforts also is thinking about how we can get a paid coordinator that would help build on all of these sort of organizational ideas. And then also going along with that is starting to think about funding, which assumes that we would be running programs or having things to fund or collecting dues. We've talked to Wikimedia DC, who's really acted kind of just as like our, in terms of organizational matters, the sponsor for things like this. And they can, they have a bank account and they can do things like that for us, but that's where things are headed. So I wanted to just kind of end on this idea that, we've done a lot of work to articulate a vision and a need, but this is a statue from outside the National Archives, which reads that the heritage of the past is the seed that brings forth the harvest of the future. So that's hopefully what I wanted to convey here is a small group of us have done a lot of things to kind of set the stage, but we're also, this is also the job of the GLAM Wiki community as a whole, cultural institutions to get involved, Wikipedians who are interested in the idea of cultural heritage on Wikipedia. All of that. I think probably this is one of our and it's not like that surprising or anything, but this is our biggest obstacle right now is just, getting things off the ground and getting things moving. So that's one reason also that we wanted to have this report out here at WikiConference in front of all of you. And with that, I think I will end there. Oh, and also if you want to learn more about GlamWiki itself, us.glamwiki.org is the shortcut that'll take you to the homepage on Wikipedia. There's a mailing list for GLAM in the US and #GlamWiki. So I don't really know how the schedule stands now since we went through the break, but if there are questions, maybe we can do that. Yeah.
So, hi, Alex Denson. As someone who's on the Consortium Advisory Board and someone who's, as a volunteer, and then I'm working on the Wikipedia Library Program at the Wikimedia Foundation that's thinking about library outreach. And something I'm noticing, the more and more conferences I go to, talking about Wikimedia work in the US context and the international context, there are way, way, way more cultural heritage institutions that want to do something. And they want to do something now. And quickly, they're ready to invest resources. We've just never had a clearinghouse for this. And that's kind of the value of having an organization that's national, kind of like the WikiEd Foundation, that can be a voice for this interest. And so what we need is more people to both come talk to us and figure out how to shepherd organizations to you, but also thinking about how we can support a central organization, support kind of this vision together, so we can cooperate and make sure that we can create a movement rather than what's been happening now, which is really spotted. All over the U.S. we have really good case studies, but we don't have activity. So that's more of a comment rather than...
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I wanted to add to that also is just to reiterate, when you think about the work that happens in GlamWiki, you think about things like editathons or specific programs, specific projects, and that's most of the work that's done by volunteers, all the Wikipedians in residence or other people that are either inside of institutions or working with institutions, are mostly involved in worrying about a specific program that a cultural institution is running, which is great, and there's a lot of people doing that. But and so it's maybe not as exciting to think about this, but that's part of the reason that we have this this problem of how to build up the central organization, is because we have so many active people in so many different places doing things on the ground level, but we're also trying to think about how we can build things up, as a field or as an organization. Yep.
I think I'm loud enough. Is there some kind of GLAM thing scheduled for the unconference on Sunday so we can talk some idea, talk in person rather than wait for the next meeting?
So in the spirit of the unconference, I will say I haven't planned anything, but you could, and I'll probably be there. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. We have all of Sunday or most of Sunday. We can also meet not just in these in a conference setting, but also in the Innovation Hub. There we have a dozen rolling whiteboards if we want to, get in nitty-gritty or whatever we want to do. But also just the people who haven't actually been involved in this level before, if you just want to work together or whatever we want to do. I'm up for that. Cool. Bob also on the advisory board, advisory group. Cool. Thank you.
can grab one. What do you need?
VGA.
VGA. Okay. Do you have a VGA one, or do you want me to grab mine? You've got yours. Yeah.
Are you mirrored? Are you mirrored? Do you know? How many are you representing?
Sorry?
While we're getting the computer set up here, how many of you guys have heard of the Wiki Education Foundation?
You're not going to
before
see it just yet
Andrew
because I've got
talked
something
today?
else up there.
Most of you. That's
Is your
good.
desktop mirrored?
How many of you have heard of
Is your desktop
us
mirrored?
now?
No.
Okay. Well, we'll be doing hopefully shortly, a quick introduction. I can maybe.
It'll be fine. We'll get it going in a second.
Just before you begin, can I ask someone who's a dedicated staff member of the National Archives, what's the speech recognition program that you're using?
It's actually an external company called Home Team Captions.
Say that again, Mom?
Home Team Captions, an external company.
Thank you. That's really good.
It's really good. It's really good. Shouldn't this be working?
Let me go.
Yeah.
I thought it was a person,
Oh.
yeah.
We're seeing something.
That's good. I think that's progress.
We're having. Which one did you say to have it on? That's still not.
The woman who just left was a woman who knows. She just wanted to know what we had.
Sorry, we didn't have a chance to try before because we were delayed. All right.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, weird color.
Not so good.
It's just like that on this screen.
Is it Flux?
Yeah, it is almost certainly Flux.
No, we don't know what that means. Tell them. Yeah.
So you're running a program that changes the color?
No.
No, you're not. It's not on your dashboard. That's weird.
Yeah, it's working on my computer.
Boo.
Oop.
Didn't like that.
It's not ideal. I don't know.
Let's just do it in 4 colors.
All right.
No biggie.
Sorry, guys.
Can get it
If that
back.
hurts your eyes.
Yeah, I will try to get it back.
What was the one it was on before?
I think they have control over whether this goes on now.
Are you sure? All right.
Uh-oh.
What was it on when it was working?
This?
This?
Yeah.
Okay, how many of you, this is your first WikiConference USA? Okay, we've got a bunch of newbies in
Here we go.
Something's happening.
Who were in New York last year? Only about
Okay.
5 of you. So
Okay, that's at least
I'm
working.
really excited to have all of you guys here. I can do a very brief overview. Okay.
Yeah, when she's
We
ready.
are actually ready to start. Okay. So I am Leanna Davis. I'm the Director of Program Support for the Wiki Education Foundation. And we've got our whole programs team here today to give you an overview of what we've been working on over the last year. The format of this is we each have 10 slides, and they're going to advance every 20 seconds automatically. And so I ask you to hold all of your questions to the end so that we can capture them at the end and we don't delay our slides. So we're an independent nonprofit organization. We're based in San Francisco. This is our beautiful offices in the Presidio, which trust me are more beautiful when the color is actually working on the display. And we work to support university faculty in the United States and Canada who are interested in teaching with Wikipedia in their classroom. We have a staff of 14 of us. Many of us are longtime Wikipedia editors or academics, and I brought the program staff here particularly today to talk about the work that we've been doing over the last year to integrate Wikipedia into academia. We're all here because we love Wikipedia and we love academia. So first up is Jamie Mathewson. She's our Educational Partnerships Manager. She's been working with WikiEd since 2011. back when we were with the Wikimedia Foundation, we spun off. And she's going to talk about the partnerships work that we do with academic associations in the U.S. And now I have a microphone. Second up is Dr. Helene Blumenthal. Helene joined us a year ago. She has a PhD from UC Berkeley, and she brings her academic experience with her to lead our classroom program, which is our core program. And she'll talk about today how assignment design expertise leads to quality and quantity in the classes that we have coming. Sage Ross is our product manager for digital services. He's been a longtime Wikipedia editor, and he's been part of our program since our pilot in 2010. He's going to talk today about how we use your Wikipedia account to make different kinds of edits on Wikipedia, and that sounds scary, so you're going to want to pay attention to what he's talking about. Adam Hyland is one of two of our Wikipedia content experts on staff, and our content experts help the students who are participating in our program learn the basics of Wikipedia, and they answer questions for them. He's going to talk about some of the student work that we've seen out of one class in particular today. Ian Ramjohn is our other Wikipedia content expert, although he will be focusing today on a pilot program that we ran. If you listened to Andrew's talk this morning, there's a lot about expert engagement. We ran a summer seminar to try to encourage psychology instructors to contribute content to Wikipedia as an assignment, and he will talk about that. Samantha Erickson is our outreach manager, and there's also we'll be also talking about another pilot program we ran this spring around student groups to try to encourage on-campus editing extracurricularly through student groups, and the outcomes from that. And finally, last but not least, Ryan McGrady is our community engagement manager, and Ryan is also a longtime Wikipedia editor and an instructor in our program, and he'll be talking about the work he's doing in community engagement as well as the Visiting Scholars program, which we have just started running. Thank you, Alex. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Leanna. I just want to apologize because I'm pretty sure it's my fault that these colors aren't working, so sorry about that, people. Does this microphone work? Okay. All right. So Leanna mentioned we all love Wikipedia. That's why we're here at WikiCon, right? But we know that it has some problems. So I'm going to start us off today in talking about how WikiEd can see a problem, try to find a solution, and then scale those solutions and really make a positive impact on Wikipedia. What? Wikipedia has problems? So Wikipedia's gender gap. Andrew Lee mentioned earlier today that between 80 and 90% of editors on Wikipedia are male. So what does that mean for content on Wikipedia? That's how we approach this problem. We know that this affects what's represented on Wikipedia, what's included, and what's missing. So let's start with an example from Dr. Diana Strassman's course at Rice University. So she had some students who came across the Women in Government article on Wikipedia. Hopefully you can see even with these colors that the United States section just a few years ago mostly focused on how much politicians in the US are babes. So this is what we saw on Wikipedia. And they thought that was a problem because this article gets about 6,000 page views every month. So fortunately, those students were able to improve the article, and we thought that was a really big success. So we wanted to find how we can bring more women's studies students into Wikipedia, and we can make bigger impacts like this one. So we did some research, and we found the National Women's Studies Association. So this is an academic association that we thought was very mission aligned with us. They care about how gender gap, how gender and feminism and topics like that are represented out to the public. So we reached out to them, and we found that they were really enthusiastic about partnering with us to make a really big impact on the gender gap. We can see from their mission that the NWSA promotes the production and dissemination of knowledge about women and gender. This is a huge, they advocate for public scholarship to be accurate, and what gets more public than Wikipedia? This is why this was such a good fit. So we partnered with them about a year ago, and I'm going to show you guys what we've seen from that. So we started engaging with their members. We went to conferences. We reached out through NWSA's newsletters and other channels they have to their members, and we asked people to participate in our programs. We created even a content guide that hopefully you guys have seen about editing women's studies articles on Wikipedia. And in just a few months of our partnership, we started to gain some traction. So in spring 2015, we had 5 women's studies courses. What that ended up looking like is about 200 students and they impacted, and we think improved, about 100 articles on Wikipedia. So you can see some other numbers up here. The articles had 4.4 million article views when I checked, I think, yesterday. So since they started editing in about January. And then we struck gold. So this is the current term, fall 2015. You guys can see that we have 21 courses in women's studies. These are courses about gender, women, sexuality, feminism, and we're super excited to see what they're gonna contribute. We expect the 400 students. Oh, I have to move on and tell you guys how excited Leslie Knope is about the impact that we're making on women's studies on Wikipedia. And I want to make a quick call to you guys as members to use our resources. We can really scale impact and outcome on Wikipedia. So we want to target other disciplines, and we want to work with you to make that happen. Yay. All right, thanks.
Okay, I think you're next, right, Helene?
Yeah.
So here's the podium, and you can just hang out here, and Jamie's gonna holler next. You can just talk it.
Okay, you're gonna.
Oh, okay. There we
Wait.
go. Now you're good.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie. As Liana mentioned, I'm going to talk to you about quality and quantity. Since fall 2010, the Wiki Education program has gone from supporting 14 classes in its first term to 141 so far this term. And most of that growth has happened in the past year and a half since the Wiki Education Foundation took over the program. And to give you a sense of what that growth means for Wikipedia, in that time, our students have edited over 35,000 articles, or the equivalent of 28 printed encyclopedias, and that's not including numbers from this term with our largest number of supported classes to date.
That's incredible. Next.
Right. Amid all this growth, maintaining quality is our top priority. So to ensure that our students can contribute quality work to Wikipedia, we've created a list of red flags that can quickly help us to identify classes that might need a little extra help from us, or that just might not be a good fit for a Wikipedia assignment.
Woo! Yeah, next.
50 plus students. With more than 50 students, instructors can find it difficult to properly train their students and to really keep track of all the work they're doing on Wikipedia. So we try to avoid these large classes. However, these classes can be successful with smaller Wikipedia assignments, such as copy editing, identifying content gaps. Okay, medical topics. Experts can often find it daunting to edit medical topics on Wikipedia. If we think classes are going to edit medical topics, we make sure that they're small upper division classes and provide them with the training materials we've developed specifically for the field of medicine.
No.
Survey and introductory classes. So in addition to typically being large, these classes tend to edit broad, already well-developed articles or tackle controversial subjects. So we really make an effort to steer these students in the right direction when they're choosing articles to work on.
Next.
All right, what I like to call wiki no-nos. So to set our students up for success, we really want to make sure that they're following Wikipedia policy from the get-go. So what does that mean? It means we're trying to catch assignments where professors are planning on using original research, creating group accounts, or having their students doing a lot of the work off Wiki. Inadequate training. So we know that it takes students several weeks just to learn the basics and to get comfortable editing and interacting on Wikipedia. So we make sure that all of our classes that plan on making significant contributions are devoting at least 6 weeks to their Wikipedia assignment. Grading. So grading a Wikipedia assignment is definitely different than grading a term paper. So in addition to providing instructors with grading rubrics, we make sure that instructors are not requiring things like did you know or good article status, imposing minimum word requirements, or grading student work based on what remains on Wikipedia. And finally, so you don't think we're only looking out for the bad, here's an example of what we like to call internally a RAD syllabus. Thank you, Jamie. And basically, this instructor has not only made sure that her students are following best practices for learning how to edit Wikipedia, but she's designed a really thoughtful assignment that integrates the subject matter with the Wikipedia project.
Done. Yay!
All right.
Okay, you want to come downstairs so you don't have to wait up here? Yeah, Sage has you. Upstairs, yeah. There we go. Who's next? Oh, sorry.
So I've been working on our course dashboard system for the last while. And this involves taking all the tools itself and moving it over to wikiedu.org. But to make all this work, it's essential to keep close connections between what goes on here on the dashboard and what happens on Wikipedia. So we do that like this. when you log into the dashboard, we ask for permission to use your Wikipedia account to edit pages on your behalf. Is providing some guide rails for designing and organizing a Wikipedia assignment, but it's also connecting the dots. So like, why are 15 newcomers all of a sudden posting suggestions like on articles about bees? Well, it's because they're all part of this class. And to connect those dots in a way that reaches other editors, we have to take the actions that happen on the dashboard and translate them onto Wikipedia. So you submit your assignment plan on the dashboard, and the dashboard uses your account to make a notice board announcement. It's like, hey, I'm running a classroom project soon. And we take that dashboard page on wikiedu.org, and we can automatically translate that into text. And so now all of the usual tools, things like what links here, contribution histories, all sort of the usual things that we're used to, those are working and reflecting things that happen through the dashboard. So say you're a student editor and you're joining a course, we want to make it as easy as possible for other editors to understand the context for what you're doing. So you join a course and your account automatically makes an edit to your user page, adding a template. It's like, hey, I'm a student in this course. And whether you add yourself or whether like the instructor enrolls your username in a course, we can take that information and like make sure that the course page on Wikipedia gets updated. So you enroll someone, it adds a new row to the student table. Keep track of assignments this way as well. And we used to ask all the student editors to copy and paste a template like onto article talk pages. Like, hey, I'm going to be working on this article, just to give people a heads up. But a lot of times that wouldn't actually happen. Sort of making students follow through on that was tricky. So now that happens automatically. You assign an article on the dashboard to yourself, and your account posts to the talk page of the article. And similarly, we can take other tasks and automate them through the dashboard as well. So if you're an instructor, you want to remind the last few of your students to complete the training, the dashboard can make a post on each one of their talk pages. Like, hey, you haven't completed the training yet. Get on it. So it's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But it's actually, the downside is that it's actually pretty tricky in some ways. These are all of the reasons why Wikipedia might reject your edit, or at least the ones that we've hit so far. So it's easy to forget how many barriers we throw up to newcomers, but that's why we're building this tool.
All right. My apologies to anyone who doesn't like Nicolas Cage. I'm here to talk about how to structure your course to create great content. Show of hands, how many people here are instructors who have used the Wiki Education Foundation? Outstanding. The rest of you will still get something out of this. Creating great Wikipedia content is really tough, and I'm going to show you an excellent example of how one particular course managed to accomplish that. We're going to talk today about Joan Strassman's course in behavioral ecology. She's run courses with Wikipedia 4 years in a row, and her courses are generally pretty superlative. Now, it's an upper-level undergraduate course at a very good university with a very dedicated instructor, but I want to show you the steps that she's taken to produce the amazing content that their students have made. And they write a lot. This term, their subject is bees. Last term, it was social wasp. Each student is assigned an article on a particular species of bee, and they have to fill it out, pretty extensively or expand an existing article on a particular species of bee to the satisfaction of the syllabus. And they add a lot of content. Most of the content, as we'll talk about in a moment, is greater than 1,500 words added with more than 10 scholarly references, with like a lot of really good work coming from students. And not only that, not only that, they've also added a bunch of illustrations, searching from Wikimedia Commons to various Creative Commons license or public domain sources. Half of the articles that the students have touched, and so far, each student goes 2 articles through the course of the semester. So far, the students have edited 61 articles, and half of them have added images. In order to do this, they create a detailed syllabus, where every time the student takes an action, there is an expectation of what that's supposed to be, adding an info box, adding a reference, adding to an article, creating a new article. It is all laid out what the student should expect in the syllabus. And I'll give you a very particular example of this that trips up a number of students. Each of these images here comes from a particular public domain or Creative Commons licensed source outside of Wikipedia. And when the students are asked to do that in their syllabus, they are given very specific instructions and very specific pathways where they can find this information and where it is appropriate to upload images to Wikipedia. And for each element of this syllabus, and this is very important to this course, the students are asked to read about it, they're asked to practice it either on their talk page or on a particular sandbox, and then they're asked to deploy it. So in other words, for the skills that the students need in order to be able to write these assignments, it is always read, practice, deploy. Does this only apply to articles in great, given by great professors on a particular set of subjects? Absolutely not. Any course or anyone wanting to create a course that has any sort of commonality where they can create a rubric around the articles that they have can use the tools that Joan Strassman has created with their course to help their students out of Wikipedia. We have two great examples, one from James Scott at the University of Toronto's very experienced editor, and one from Avery Dame, which was their first term teaching Wikipedia. Both used a very similar system, both had a lot of students, and both created exceptional articles in their various areas by taking advantage of a very strong syllabus and expectation students. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about a little pilot project we did this summer, and that's about the question of getting experts to edit Wikipedia. So we have lots of students editing Wikipedia, and people always ask us, well, why can't we get the instructors to edit too? After all, they're the real subject matter experts. And so the class on editing Wikipedia. Our partners at the Association for Psychological Sciences supported this pilot. They encouraged their members to participate. We got 20 people to sign up, 8 senior faculty, 5 junior faculty, 3 grad students, 14 male, 6 female. Based on a pre-course survey, the participants were interested in learning to edit Wikipedia, learning to use Wikipedia as a teaching tool, and other things were learn about policies, community norms, culture, article quality evaluation. We structured the course as a condensed version of a Wikipedia core assignment over 4 weeks. The goal was to get the instructors to learn enough about the basics of editing Wikipedia to be able to expand a stub or create a new article on a psychology topic. We put special emphasis on MedRS because that's something that has tripped up a number of classes in the past. We asked our participants to complete the online training. 70% of them did. That was one of our big successes. Unfortunately, for many people, that's as far as they ever went with the formal part of the class. As you can see here, the more people edited in their user space than in main space. A significant portion of the class never did anything beyond the student training, and those who edited in main space overwhelmingly were the people who had done something on Wikipedia before. I do want to highlight that the content they added was very good. They were well written, well cited, as you'd expect from professionals in the field. But it's important that we to show that we did succeed in teaching the people who showed up to class how to contribute good content. The problem was it wasn't a lot of content. 5 3/4 printed pages, all told, and that's not a very good return on an investment of 60 hours of staff time. So it does answer the question, is it worth our time? Not so much. So what did we learn? We saw a lot of enthusiasm for improving Wikipedia. The instructors are interested, they want to get involved, but they aren't willing to make to take the effort it takes to learn how to edit Wikipedia at a significant clip. So what else do we do? One idea that came out of this is why not pilot an Ask an Expert program where faculty who teach in specific disciplines could register themselves into a database of subject matter experts who are willing to answer questions or provide feedback on articles in their area of expertise to Wikipedia editors.
Thanks, Ian. All right, I'm here to talk to you about, hold on, is this on? I'm losing time, oh no. Our very first pilot program that we ran, which was our Outreach to High Achieving Students pilot. We ran this in response to the success of our classroom program, where we've seen that students can contribute really high quality content in a classroom setting, but we wanted to know, will they edit outside the classroom? So we asked a few key questions. We wanted to know, first off, will students actually do this? Will they work on Wikipedia without having a homework assignment tell them to? We wanted to know whether they would be enthusiastic, if they thought this would be really interesting and super exciting to contribute to public scholarship. And we wanted to know whether or not we could scale the program. So we visited 6 student clubs across 3 US states and worked with 44 students. And we hypothesized that yes, they would edit in their spare time, and that yes, they would be enthusiastic, but that they would need a little bit more excitement to get them to do that. And in such, we visited all 6 student clubs in person to get those students excited about our program. And so in order to do this, we wanted to define what high achieving was, because we were aiming to work with high achieving students. And we basically believe that students who are meeting as part of an honor society or a student club and working with topics they're passionate about, we're going to be more likely to edit than those who weren't. The photo that you just saw was a student who works with NASA in her spare time as well as in her student club, so pretty high achieving. To answer your question, will students edit in their spare time? Not really. We worked with 44 students and only 2 students out of 44 made good quality contributions. But we did see a lot of enthusiasm. So before we got to that answer, we went and visited all 6 student clubs in person. We ran 2 field trips with 2 of the clubs in particular to get them engaged in Wikipedia outside the classroom. We asked them to take photos of the field trips we went on in Arizona and in California. And those 2 clubs that we worked with did contribute really great content. We had 2 new articles created based off of those field trips. But 2 new articles created, we had 21 images uploaded, we had 46 articles that were touched by students. But at the end of the day, that level of enthusiasm didn't really contribute to high quality articles beyond just those 2. So for us at WikiEd, we're all about scaling programs. We want to know, how can we make this bigger? How can we get this run all across the country? And doing a program like this just wasn't worth our time. We put in so much staff time, so much travel energy, a lot of money to visit these clubs, and we just didn't see that much content contributed. So our major learning was that with an incentive, yes, some students would edit, but most of them were just too busy and just didn't quite have it in them to edit outside the classroom. But that didn't mean that we didn't have a really great time running the pilot. I thought it was great. The whole report is available on Meta if you want to learn more about the pilot program. And I'm available to chat if anybody has questions about any of the outreach work that we do. All the photos on here were students that we visited and worked with in person, so if you want to ask me questions, feel free to follow up at the end. Thank you.
So the Wiki Education Foundation bridges academia and Wikipedia. The primary way we do that, as Helene talked about, is through the classroom program, where we connect or we provide support for instructors and students as they work on Wikipedia for a class assignment. The purpose of the community engagement program is to make the bridge more bidirectional. So in addition to bringing classes to Wikipedia, we want to bring Wikipedians to the resources available in academia. The idea is to empower the existing Wikipedia community. After all, if the goal is to improve Wikipedia, why not empower those who are doing so already? So the question is, how can we get these resources to Wikipedians, and what resources are available? So the first major initiative as part of the community engagement program is the Wikipedia Visiting Scholars program, which was piloted and developed by the Wikipedia library folks and now run by WikiEd in the United States and Canada. The idea is that we connect experienced content writing Wikipedians with academic libraries. Editors get free remote access to high quality research materials and use them to improve articles and topics of mutual interest. Libraries increase the impact of their collections and make a contribution to public knowledge in a relevant topic area. So far, 9 institutions have sponsored 7 scholars, 3 of them are in the selection process now. And actually 2 more have come on board since creating the slide. So we've started a big push to grow the program. If you think that your institution might be interested to sponsor a visiting scholar, I hope to talk to you at some point this weekend. So here are 4 example articles that visiting scholars wrote. A couple of them are new articles. A couple of the others were existing, either start level or stub level articles. So Babe Ruth, Cultural Competence in Healthcare, Montana Vigilantes. They were all created in the last round of visiting scholars. Here are the 3 that just started. Vevalt at George Mason University, he was part of the pilot program and we were able to renew them for another year. He is a featured article writing machine and actually pumped out 17 last year as part of this program. Seattle and BF Page are just getting started but already improving many articles and uploading images. So if you're an experienced Wikipedia editor and want to partner with an educational institution to get access to library holdings, this is the page where you can fill out an application. There will often be open positions posted, but you can also apply if there aren't. The idea is that we keep qualified applications on file, and when we do outreach to universities, we try to make connections where relevant. So the Visiting Scholars Program is a big part of the community engagement program. The other project has to do with the Year of Science that we're doing next year. Other ways that we can empower Wikipedians. I'll be talking about this a little bit in the session later, along with Ian, about the Year of Science. But the idea is to how we can engage our connections, leverage our connections that we developed through the classroom program in order to bring resources to Wikipedians, and what kinds of ways we can do that. So we're still researching that at this point. Thanks.
I know we've gone over at this point, so if you're hungry and you need food immediately, you should feel free to go, but we would all be also happy to stay here and answer any questions.
How are you all funded?
We are funded by grants. And donations.
Might you want to be a little more specific or not about where, I mean, obviously, at least I would think that Wikimedia Foundation, but like non-Wikimedia Foundations, right?
We are not an affiliated organization with the Wikimedia Foundation, and we do not receive money from the Wikimedia Foundation.
At all?
At all.
So, what name,
Yeah, so one of our major funders is the Stanton Foundation. They funded the pilot program of the Public Policy Initiative, which is where our organization grew out of, and they continue to fund us. We also have, as well, anonymous donors who give to our organization to support our programmatic efforts. Any more questions? Okay.
Yeah. Not really a question, but a sort of comment and encouragement that the talks are actually a couple of disappointing expectations that one had there. But I think that's really actually quite useful because, you know, so many people in the Wikimedia movement are like, you know, going in different directions, and, you know, people are still doing editathons. And now, you know, years later, we're beginning to realize, hey, you know, if you have an editathon with 20 people, maybe one person will result in a long time period. So, I mean, you mentioned, I think it was, I forgot which one of you mentioned about the report that's on Meta, but like if you had some kind of overall report about, like, you know, these are the things we tried and these are the things that, at least in these circumstances, don't appear to work, that could be a really useful way to direct, you know.
Yeah, there's been a series of reports that we put together on Meta. So the history of our program, for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, it started as a pilot program at the Wikimedia Foundation, and we spun off into an independent nonprofit a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And when we were at the Wikimedia Foundation, we were part of the programs team, and program evaluation was a big part of that team as well. And so we did a lot of work on putting together program evaluation reports on the work of the classroom program. So there's a lot of really good information documented on Meta of what works and what doesn't work in the education sphere that I highly encourage you to check out. The 2 pilot programs, the summer seminar and the high achieving students outreach pilot that we've done, both of those also have full documentation reports available on Meta. And we are absolutely an organization that believes in not recreating the wheel and in making sure that we are out there documenting what we're doing, documenting what works and what doesn't work. And you know, it's challenging to get up here on a stage, right, and admit you had 2 pilot programs and neither of them you're continuing to do because they didn't have good outcomes. But we would much rather come up here and tell you, look, we tried this, it didn't work, don't do it, and not continue to waste volunteer time on something and have others try to replicate what we did and only find out that that's a waste of volunteer time. The volunteers in this movement are the most precious resource we have, and we need to be devoting them to things that work to actually generate content and generate editors in a massive scale.
Yeah, I mean, our pilot programs, they're not extensive, right? It's just we're asking one question. There are so many iterations on those questions that I could pilot the student groups pilot 6 terms in a row, a little bit differently every time, but is that really worth our time and energy to see it fail again and again when we think we kind of figured out the root cause? So there are so many more questions though that if I had unlimited funds, I would like to have answered in different capacities, but that's a dream.
Yeah.
The Exceptional Students Program, that was targeted at secondary school, high school?
Only university level, sorry.
Only university
So
level.
we
Is there
work with
any
college
plan
students.
to expand some of this to secondary schools?
Yeah, as an organization, our mission is focused on being the bridge between higher education in the US and Canada and the Wikipedia world. So we're focused exclusively on higher education.
But all of our resources are, of course, open source, so we encourage all instructors at all levels to take advantage of them. But yeah, we don't dedicate
That's
staff.
actually happening, and I didn't know if you were aware or were expanding the product.
We've seen some pilot work that's been done in high schools by other groups, and I think it's a lot more challenging to locate the sort of good writers, good researchers, good critical thinkers at the high school level than it is at the college level. And so, it takes a little more effort, and we haven't hit the maximum potential yet of what we think the university level can achieve. And so we think, in terms of, of staff resources and time and where we can devote our energy, we still think there's a lot of untapped potential in higher education that we want to focus on first. And that's not to say that high schools aren't possible and high schools aren't good and there's not a lot of potential there too, but I think that there's still plenty of low-hanging fruit in higher education we haven't tapped yet that we're looking forward to tapping over the next few years.
Goals are different. My goal was converting some groups of vandals into somewhat productive. And the training program is perfectly acceptable for a secondary school student.
Yeah, I think actually the question that was asked during Andrew Lee's talk about the educational games, I think that could be a real high potential collaboration there for turning vandals into vandal fighters in some sort of game-based exercise. But that's not something that is currently one of the focuses of our organization.
Thank you.
Those are great questions. Anyone? Yeah?
So it seems like there's a bit of a, have you seen the movie Armageddon with Bruce Willis?
I have not, but maybe someone else has.
So for those who haven't seen the movie Armageddon with Bruce Willis, the plot revolves around training people who drill to become astronauts in order to save the world. And realistically, you'd be like, wait, wouldn't it be easier to train astronauts to drill? So, I guess where I'm coming from this is it seems like the editing Wikipedia has 2 different parts of it. It has a bit of a programming aspect of it and a research aspect of it. And it seems like things would work if you just teamed with the researchers who are already writing very elaborate papers with citations at the wazoo with another department that does computer programs. And
so can I?
Yeah, jump in.
So one of the things that I want people to get from the syllabus, that I was talking about in John Strausson's classes, I think the best way to treat this is not as sort of some crazy amalgam or hybrid. It's just to treat it as another medium.
Right.
If you were to ask a student to write an example encyclopedia article, let's say it's a grad student, working for a discipline-specific encyclopedia, or ask them to write a particular literature review, you would structure your course around getting them to map their sort of talents and interests and efforts into the expectations of the medium that they're writing in. There's no difference in terms of like how that works on Wikipedia. When we see like courses that have like clearly defined goals and like professors that give their students the same kind of feedback you'd expect with any other kind of assignment, like they tend to succeed, you know, beyond our expectations, really.
Right. I mean, like this, like what you all sound like, it sounds very similar to the assignment that I had in college, was to create a blog. And part of it was learning how to use WordPress and translate a research paper into a blog. That was a hurdle that a lot of people weren't able to overcome.
I mean, that's a, okay.
Well, as a person who does most of our outreach and talks to all of our instructors, the reason our classroom program, I think, has hit that sweet spot is they are already assigning their students to research and to write.
Right.
But instead of writing a term paper, as we like to say, they're going to throw in the trash or have to recycle them at the end of the semester, they're learning this new medium to put that content onto. And I think that's why our classroom program has been so scalable, because we're just tapping into existing infrastructure within the universities. And that didn't exist in the other pilots that we've tried. You know, we've tried to make them do something new.
Right.
Yeah. We got a question up here?
I actually wanted to ask about the extracurricular clubs program that you mentioned. Do you specifically seek out clubs that kind of were organized around kind of, like what type of clubs were these? I'm just curious.
I mean, I contacted like over 200 student clubs across the United States to see, and they were all talking about their own specific passionate topic. So something academic, usually like I worked with a geology club, I worked with a couple clubs who were studying water resources management, I worked with a club that was studying art and design. So I tried to pick student clubs where potentially they were being affiliated with an academic association that was overseeing their work, so they have a GPA requirement usually to participate in different course requirements, or just any club that's meeting around one specific academic topic. So it was really pretty broad in terms of what we decided to engage with. Yeah.
The reason that I ask is because I'm a senior at the University of Chicago, and I've been doing a lot of Model UN. I don't know if you've ever seen a Model UN background guide at like the college level. But yeah, no, right? Like it's one of those things that not very many people look at, because why would they?
Yeah.
But Model UN clubs tend to spend the entire year doing research on a topic, and the background guides have to be written in an encyclopedic format. And so that seems like something, I'm going to want to talk to you for a bit, but that seems like something that would translate really well, because one of the biggest problems that Model UN clubs have is getting people to like do their research on across the year, as opposed to just doing it all in one night. And so working out a way that like people who did their research earlier and looked for different formats of information and looked for different ways to organize their thoughts could translate into a thing that, right, they could like show off and be like, I did this in addition to doing this other thing.
Well, that's interesting, because like one of the questions that we left unanswered was like, if we could institutionalize the Wikipedia participation of these student clubs, like from somebody like Model UN, who said, as part of your requirements to be a member of our club, you have to, sorry, don't have my paperwork, you have to like contribute to Wikipedia in some capacity. I think that it would be like a grade, right? Like students in the classroom program contribute great content because they're being graded on it. But if you're working truly extracurricularly, you're not being graded. Your only true value is what you derive out of yourself. And that's just so hard with college students. So I would really love to,
Yeah, because it would seem like the type of organizations that would kind of work well in the middle of that is the type where, there's an actual like structure of organization personally within that.
Definitely.
I have a question or comment. I would like to ask if you're being too hard on yourself by saying it failed. The reason, the background behind this is that you have reached out to them, you have told them how Wikipedia works, how to create an article, edit an article.
They learned a lot.
That stays with them.
Yeah.
So, did you consider that aspect, that somebody who's a freshman or maybe even a high schooler who has learned this is going to use this for the next 30, 40, 50 years, and maybe someday when he has some time or motivation, that's going to come in handy.
I think that's true about our classroom program too. Like every student who is exposed to what we're working with learns something, whether or not they do an assignment or not, because they're learning how to read Wikipedia and how to participate in it in a really engaging way, whether they actually like edit or not.
I think it's a long-term investment that may pay off later.
The question for us is not, did the student learn something that is super useful? It's, is it worth the staff time? Like, is there an impact on Wikipedia that's directly measurable that is worth the staff time and resources that go in, right? There are so many different programs we could be doing. Ian mentioned our dream to do some sort of ask an expert program. I think that's what personally I would like to do as kind of our next pilot, of try to create a database of academics who are on call for any Wikipedia editor who wants to have an expert take a look at an article you're working on. I think Andrew Lee's example of the statue is a really good one in that sense, right? I mean, whichever Wikipedia editor was originally working on that clearly liked the statue and clearly was interested in the statue, but didn't know anything about the statue, and so introduced errors unknowingly and not, I'm sure he or she was not trying to misrepresent the statue, but having an expert who was available that you could send an article to and say, hey, can you give me some feedback on this? What's good, what's not good? Which resource should I have used that I haven't cited yet? Things like that would be, I think, incredibly useful for a lot of our long-term contributors on Wikipedia. And so I think something like that is a better use of WikiEd's time to try out a pilot program like that has the potential to have a lot more impact to the quality of Wikipedia than, ongoing programs where we know it's making a difference in educating some students about Wikipedia, but they're not actually contributing content to Wikipedia. So that's how we look at it, right? It's not that, and if I say, failed pilot, that's, it's kind of a joking phrase, but I just want to be super clear that to us, these were successful pilots in the sense that we answered the question we were seeking, right? Like, the question is, can we get instructors to edit Wikipedia? And the answer is no. And so for us, that's a successful pilot. We did a month-long project. We tried to figure out, we asked a question, we answered it, and so we aren't going to invest more resources into trying to get the instructors to directly edit. Everybody's really excited. There's a lot of motivation. There's a lot of enthusiasm. That is true across every new person you're trying to talk to, but really, excitement and enthusiasm doesn't actually translate into edits on the encyclopedia. And at the end of the day, what we care about is making sure that the content that gets added to Wikipedia is good quality content and that it's worth the effort that we're putting in. Ian, yeah.
This last week, my mother-in-law told me she's finally registered an account and started editing. So after 10 years, she's the Department of Chair in English. After 10 years of work.
Every time your mother-in-law does something of your bidding, it's winning.
Okay, guys, I know we've held you back from lunch for about 20 minutes now. We are all available. All 14 of us on the WikiEd staff are here at this conference, and so we're all available and happy to answer any additional questions you might have. But thank you, guys.
Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give me a thumbs up. Okay. One, two. Check, check. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm talking to somebody right behind you in the booth. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. One, two, three, four. Check, check. Hello, check. 1, 2. Thank you.
Is this on? Yes, okay. Hello, everyone. I hope your lunch was delicious. Mine certainly was. Yay, food. Yeah, food is our favorite thing as Wikipedians. So I'm here now to introduce our next speaker. Dr. John Howard is the director of the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, which is a subsidiary agency of the CDC. He's been a public health administrator for several years. I forget how long. My apologies, Dr. Howard. And he's been involved in creating our innovative Wikipedian in Residence program at NIOSH. So please welcome Dr. Howard, everybody.
Thank you very much, and it's really wonderful to be here. It's my first Wikipedia meeting, although I have been in San Francisco and met with the Wikimedia Foundation and all the wonderful people there. So I just want to tell you a little bit about where I'm from. As Emily said, I'm from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Some of you may have heard of that department. We are the largest department domestically. Only the Department of Defense is larger. We have a number of brands in our department. Some of them are very, very popular. I'm sure you've heard of the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the Indian Health Service, the National Institutes of Health, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. My agency is within one of the centers. We are one of the centers of CDC. And we thought a number of years ago, as we looked at both the inputs to our website, which we found was predominantly, primarily, and in first place, Wikipedia. And we also looked at our outputs, and we realized that if that was our primary input, then we needed to have more output from our agency to Wikipedia. We do research in a narrow field of occupational safety and health, but our audience is everybody who works in the United States, and since we are the largest international institute in occupational safety and health, we have partners in Germany and Finland and England and Africa. We chair the World Health Organization's global collaborating centers on occupational health, which are 70 centers throughout the world. We do capacity building throughout the world to protect workers of the world. We have about 2,000 scientists that work in our agency, and they produce science that goes into various outlets like Wikipedia. So we learned a long time ago that we needed to do more in this area, and we were delighted and still delighted to invite Emily and James, who is ill today, as we know, into our little family, and they are working. Is he here? Oh my God, he's here. Oh my, whoa. Now there's a little quarantine zone, I think, around him, so don't get too close, don't shake hands. So we were delighted to bring Emily and James into the Institute, make them honorary members, to teach us how to do Wikipedia better. And we have seen that already in many of the things we've done, not only in the number of people in our audience who have enjoyed some of their reconstruction of some of our sites. We have a very large audience, all of you, whether you are employees, contractors, or whatever. If you work, then you are our audience. Every employer in the United States is our audience. Every practitioner of safety and health, every academician, every practitioner who goes out and consults with employers, labor unions, employer associations, all of these are our audience, and we think that Wikipedia is the channel for us. We engage in a lot of social media, and that is a different kind of thing. But we are very interested in the encyclopedic ability of Wikipedia to coalesce all the information on various occupational safety and health topics and to reflect that. Not just the emerging or the quick, what happened last week, somebody published a new paper, but settled things where students can go in and they can take a topic and they can understand it from the beginning when the Romans looked at lead all the way to the various new papers on blood lead levels in children and how their recommendations are that they be dropped more and more. So we think that Wikipedia is that kind of channel that would be able to be used by anybody in our audience to look at settled science as well as emerging science, as well as science that was just published. We think that Wikidata is also a wonderful channel. We'd like to learn more about that, and we would like to put all of our data on that kind of channel. So I think that what we have now is a good start. But we want to do a couple things. One, we want to make all of our information that we have available on Wikipedia so that mobile devices will be able to pick it up. Andrew talked this morning about that sort of new frontier, and the reason I emphasize it, and I encourage you to think about it, is that many workers in the United States and throughout the world do not have the access, the wonderful access that all of you have to desktop computers, but they do have often, those people that don't have that access have a mobile device. And so we're very, very interested in persuading them to look at our data, but mobily. And that is something that is a frontier, and we hope that Wikipedia pays close attention to that. The second issue is that we would like to co-opt, encourage, trap, however you want to use the verb, all of our other federal agency science partners into Wikipedia. And that's something that we are trying to do through a meeting that we're having here in this building, November 12th through 14th, part of James's vast empire of meetings here in DC. But we hope that we can entice other federal agencies to join us and to work together as a collaborative group, to be able to work with the community of folks like you, to be able to bring science that is paid for by the taxpayers, all of you, that our scientists do, and to bring it into your world. So as you know, as had been referred to before, President Obama issued an executive order saying that this type of thing needs to be done. The government needs to be transparent about the information that it generates and puts that information out so it's available to the public. We think Wikipedia is the major channel for that. We've been able to find out, looking at our inputs and outputs and page links and all of that sort of thing, that for every time somebody comes to our site, somebody comes to Wikipedia's site for the same information about 10 times greater. So certainly we think that the amplification power of Wikipedia for federal science is really tremendous. And when you look at those of you that may be on the biomedical side, those of you that may be on the public health side, those of you who may edit on the economic side, wherever you look throughout the federal government, whether you're in the Department of Defense and you're looking at science outputs from DARPA, or whether you're looking at HHS and biomedical outputs from NIH, wherever you're looking, or you're looking at economic outputs from the Department of Commerce, there is a tremendous amount of information that is entrapped, I think, on federal sites that, but for you, I don't think the federal sites would even be able to pick up that traffic. So it's a tremendous, tremendous ability that you all have to reach all of these folks that are the same people that we want to reach. So first of all, let me say congratulations to each and every one of you for participating in this wonderful community activity. It really is a wonderful thing to see. And please think about, if you know somebody in a federal agency, if you work in a federal agency, please think about coming to our meeting in November. And again, do not shake James's hand today. Thank you very much.
David will talk now.
So welcome to my house. It's nice to have you. It's nice to have you with us. And those of you who have been here before, welcome back. And those of you who have heard me before know how much of a fan I am for the work that you do. So let me start by thanking you for the work that you do, because it's very important to all of us here at the National Archives, because we have discovered that it's the best way to get the word out about us. We now have somewhere around between 4,000 and 5,000 articles, entries in Wikipedia that have significant National Archives content. And for the past 2 years, they have received each year, over 1 billion hits. And that's absolutely amazing for us, and demonstrates just how powerful the work that you are all doing helps us to educate the world about the holdings of the National Archives. So thanks for that. I've been trying to think about where this passion came from for Wikipedia, and it started actually in the early 90s when I was a librarian at MIT and working on a great creative project which I've been trying to track down, one of the first internet encyclopedias that depended upon world experts around the world who had subject responsibility for creating entries. I don't know whether it was the Interpedia or what it was, and I don't even remember what the platform was, whether it was Mosaic or something before the World Wide Web. It was in the early 90s, and it was just before Tim Berners-Lee left CERN and came to MIT. Bob, hello. Good to see you. New York Public Library. So that was the beginning, and about the same time, the wisdom of the crowds, so started thinking about actual people getting involved in helping share their expertise, was certainly part of my consciousness. And then going from MIT to Duke University, Wikipedia was already up, and I discovered one day just fooling around in Wikipedia that someone had created an entry about me. It was just over the top. I wish I had saved it because, well, I'm sure the versions are saved, maybe? Okay, so if you go back to the very first entry on me, it's just absolutely wonderful. And then I started watching this, well, wait a minute, that's not right. That's a little inflated. As the community started reacting to this over-the-top entry. Never did discover who created it, but that was my kind of awareness of the power of Wikipedia. So moving from Duke to the New York Public Library, and I'm talking because Bob was at the Library for the Performing Arts at New York Public. This is the example I love to cite about the power of Wikipedia. I try to encourage the folks at the New York Public and the research, I was responsible for the research libraries at first, to use Wikipedia to link our content, New York Public content, to the entries in Wikipedia. And my favorite example is a curator at the Library for the Performing Arts who had just finished processing the Paddy Chayefsky collection, the theater collection, went into Wikipedia to link to the entry and discovered a massive number of errors in the post. And she went in and corrected them. And within half an hour, she had a flaming email from a faculty member at Northwestern, I think, who had created the entry. How dare you? How dare you? And I was very proud of her because she could flame right back because I'm sitting here with the records. So fast forward, New York Public to the National Archives. The thing that drew me to the National Archives was this administration's commitment to open government and the belief that the National Archives could play a role in supporting the Open Government Initiative. And on his first day in office, the president told his senior staff that the government doesn't have all the answers and we need to find ways to engage the American people in helping solve our problems. And what better way of engaging the American people than engaging the Wiki community to help us get the word out, which you have done and which I'm so proud of what you have accomplished. So welcome. It's nice to have you here.
I'm so glad he got to stop by and say hello. Oh, you're there. Oh, good. Okay. So it's going to come up here. Here we go. And I guess this is my clicker. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on at the National Archives and our work with Wikipedia and the Wikimedia community. And I referenced it a little bit earlier this morning, but want to talk a little bit more in depth now. Did that do it? Oh. That isn't the right one. Where's the one that's... Is this your right one, Dominic? Oh, there we go. Make access happen. One of our first strategic goal is to make access happen. And some of the information that we have from our strategic plan on Make Access Happen to everything. Make Access Happen establishes public access as NARA's core purpose, adds strategic context to our daily operations and inspires our workforce to develop new and innovative approaches to delivering government information to the public. Make Access Happen signals a significant shift in the strategy and purpose. NARA will reach beyond its traditional role of making records available for others to discover and will make access happen by providing flexible tools and accessible resources that promote public participation. NARA will be a recognized expert and leader in developing information to customers in ways that are most useful and meaningful to them. And I think that part out of our strategic plan really gives context to why we're here. It's in ways that are most useful and meaningful to the public. And Wikipedia and the whole Wikimedia community is part of that. So this is a neat graphic. I didn't do it, but I really appreciate that it was done. And it's really cool. This shows, how we are making access happen. And if you look today at the views of our records, our public records, the vast majority of people looking at our stuff in the digital era is on Wikipedia. We have partnerships that we work with too, of course, Ancestry and others, Ancestry being the major one. You can see our web, including our online public access catalog. Facebook and Flickr, we're on different sites, but look at us with Wikipedia. I mean, this is really the major way that we provide access today. Okay, so our work with Wikipedia is changing the way we think, according to archivist David Ferriero, and I think it's already done that. It has changed the way we think. We want to work collaboratively. We want to work on third-party platforms. We want to get out there where the people are and allow them to work and discuss and learn from our records. And so we have three of my colleagues who will be talking a little bit more about their work and our work on making access happen. Who's next? Andrew Wilson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. So Pam spoke this morning and spoke a little bit now about our overall goals about making access happen. I'm going to go into a little bit more specifics about a tool that we have, the National Archives Catalog, that's one of the principal ways by which we make access happen directly from us. However, before I get into the specifics about the catalog, I think it's really important to give a little bit of context about the records that we have in our agency. I'm still relatively new here. I've been here for about 7 months, but one of the things that I've always been impressed by since I've arrived here is just the scale of what we're dealing with. And you can see a couple comments there about that. The holdings of the archives are so vast, they're actually measured in millions of cubic feet, which is pretty impressive. And it's over 12 billion pages of textual records. Oh, I forget off the top of my head. I think it's maybe a couple million cubic feet.
For textual records, we have over 12 billion pages.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just textual alone, not alone electronics, artifacts, and everything else that we have. So.
It's okay. So one of the challenges, at the same time, our resources are, as with a lot of government agencies, somewhat limited. Dr. Howard actually was here talking a little bit earlier about the fact that the size of the Health and Human Services, which is roughly about 70 or 80,000 people, Nara at the same time is only about 3,500 people. At the same time, our budget is probably a fraction of what their budget is. So the result is when we're working with the scale of this information, it's difficult to fully describe to the level that we really like with a degree of metadata and contextual information to make that information findable. And at the same time, the reality is that a lot of times that the records that are up in the catalog are only scanned versions. There's not much additional metadata that can be taken from that. So this being the challenge, the archivist talked about this and about the vision of President Obama about engaging with the public around our information and open government. And it was clear that the experience and the expertise of the archives and the resources that we have are really going to be insufficient to climb this big mountain that we have. So that being said, historically, until recently, it's been a little bit of a struggle for the government to collaborate. And particularly if they collaborate with organizations, it's been new for them to collaborate with individuals. Now, with these new platforms, both social media and you talk about platforms like Wikipedia, the ability to collaborate with individuals is at a much different level now. It really changes the nature of how we interact with the public. A perfect example of this is a photo here that was put up around 2009 in Flickr, in the archive Flickr account, where we posted this image, and individuals that recognized this from an article that they had read came back and added some really incredibly great stories about this particular piece. And I think that's about the time when we started working with Wikipedia, we started working with social media, where the idea came and the spark came for thinking about our catalog as a social catalog. So a social catalog, there's lots of different ways that this can happen. You think about tagging, transcribing. Those are some of the things you can do in the catalog right now. We're also looking at things like transcription, translation. I'm sorry, we do tagging and transcription. We're looking at commenting and translation. So there's many different ways that people can interact online. And really, what I want to do really quickly, and it's always on stage, is a live demo of the catalog. And so what I did is, this is the President's engagement calendar, President Hoover. This is live on our catalog right now. And I think for me, it's a really great example of a couple things we've talked about. Think about the idea of open government and the idea that you can actually go now, today, and go back 86 years ago and look on an hour by hour basis of what the President was doing that specific day. So we're looking at the calendar here. I went back and I spent a few minutes looking through this real quick. Found an incredibly powerful story as part of this. It's about Madame Curie and the fact that there was a time, I might have to reload. There was a time where Madame Curie actually came to the United States and was looking for radium for a part of her experiments. And when she came here, actually the President of the United States on this given day came and gave us the radium to her. So what you can do is click on the button there that says View Add Contributions, and you can actually add tags and transcriptions directly into the catalog. Unfortunately, we are loading right now. So I'm going to switch back. So apologies, I couldn't do the live demo. The place you can actually go to find all this information is on our Citizen Archivist dashboard. That's a place where we talk about all the different projects that we have ongoing, both those ones on our site. Again, the tagging and transcription, we have tagging challenges on there, transcription challenges. And at the same time, we also link out to other organizations where we do collaboration. That's Nara, which is an organization that helps do translations of video, and also with a site called Old Weather, where we do translations of deck logs. So, talk about some of the remaining hurdles we have. Andrew Lee talked this morning a little bit about the challenges with usability. It was actually the first thing he brought up. We always need to improve with our usability. That's something incredibly important. We need to focus on our end users and what they need. At the same time, it's really important that we build community. That's part of the reason why we're here today. We can learn from this community, we be a part of this community, and by building community around our records, we can bring in that contextual information that sometimes we have a difficulty bringing to it. And the last thing that we really want to do is really make sure that our content can be found and accessed everywhere possible. So being part of Wikipedia and Wikimedia community, being part of other communities is really the core of what we want to do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Darren Cole. I work in the Web and Social Media branch in the Office of Innovation below in the same unit as Andrew and Pam. I'm here to talk a little bit about our new Innovation Hub, which I'm sure you've heard mentioned a few times today already. Generally, I work on a project called Today's Document, which you might have heard of as well, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I use Wikipedia to kind of filter my searches and kind of guide some of the content I choose for that. So I'm grateful for the Wikipedia being there for me on the times when we need it. You know, we know the records we have, but sometimes you help us figure out what they mean. But I'm not here to talk about Today's Document. I'm here to talk about the Hub. We opened it just this summer, and so it's kind of brand new. So if you have the chance, swing around the other side of the building and check it out. And really, I'm actually speaking on behalf of Dina Herbert, who is the Hub coordinator. She actually just had a baby, so she can't be with us. But she spent the last several months before birth getting this up and running. So this is all really her effort that you're seeing. So what's an innovation hub? It's probably not an unfamiliar term at this point. We borrow a few elements from sort of existing concepts that you may have heard of, idea labs that you see in the government and in industry, maker spaces that you'll see at libraries, and also obviously our research room. The idea lab, they sort of have elements of sharing and collaboration between different units. Maker spaces are generally more open to the public, whereas idea labs generally are not so much. And the maker space, you know, hopefully has a fun and a hands-on element, and hopefully we've brought some of that into the Innovation Hub. Usually you don't think hands-on is something you really identify with the archive so much, and sometimes it's not, but in some cases it is. So you're getting to, in this case, you know, we're bringing some of our records into the Innovation Hub. So what were our goals behind the Hub? Really, it draws from the strategic plan, which Pam covered in more detail than I will. But really, it draws down to that single element of digitize everything. That's sort of the ultimate goal. We have, I was going to say 9 billion, but Pam actually had a better figure, 12 billion records, I think. So that's going to take a while to digitize. But the Hub is one way we can make a little dent in that. It's an attempt to kind of be more open and engaging with the public than people might usually perceive the archives as being. So it's an open space where you can anyone can come in. We can connect with our customers, and hopefully they can be more vested in that effort. The archives, you know, it really belongs to the citizens of the United States. It's not just a closed-off institution. Other goals, we're trying to make it low cost. The build-out right now was very basic, just kind of a repurposing of an existing space. So we haven't really invested a whole lot of money. Again, because we're trying to be flexible. If we need to change it, move it around, experiment, try something different, that's what it's there for. It's not, it's not etched in marble. And here's Dana taking the wrappings off on our opening day. So she gets to make a mild appearance here, even if she can't be here with us. But really the hub is sort of a physical manifestation of our innovation efforts and of efforts like our partnership with Wikipedia. Sort of the main activity going on right now is what we call citizen scanning. Previously, what would happen at the archives, a researcher would come in, they would request some records, they'd go to a research room, they'd get to go through those, maybe they'd scan a couple pages, they'd go home. Tomorrow, the next day, someone else might come in, request the same thing, scan that same page all over again. So in this case, we're able to capitalize on that effort and get those records into the catalog and sort of save for posterity. So in this case, the researchers will request their records to be sent to the hub. They come down to the hub at no cost. They can use our equipment. We have 12 banks of scanning stations. We have 10 different flatbed scanners and 2 Zoichel overhead scanners, a mix of PCs and Macs that they can use, again, at no cost to them. So they scan their records. They get their digital files to take home. Then we get those same files. We compile them. We index them with the metadata, and then they are ingested to the catalog, and hopefully in a few weeks later, they're available on the online catalog for anyone to see. And maybe you're not a researcher. Maybe you're just kind of curious. Maybe you don't have time to scan a full file unit. We have a Box of the Month program that Dina set up. You can come in. There's a pre-selected box. People can kind of take turns scanning a few pages or as many pages as they want, as many pages as they have time for. It's a good way to kind of get an introduction to the process, just kind of get your feet wet, see what it's like without really making the full commitment that a standard researcher would have to make. So these are some of the early results we have from the citizen scanning efforts. Early in July, we hosted what they call Primarily Teaching, which is an effort from our education branch. It's a teacher workshop where teachers come in, they do research in our own original records, they create lesson plans using those records, and they take them back to the classroom and use them with their students. So we had a group of 15 teachers in. They were scanning records from a set of Chinese immigration files. And in the end, we were able to accession 100 new records consisting of over about 400 pages that were ingested into the catalog in the end. So that worked out really well as our pilot group. And so on July 13th, we opened to public researchers in general. And right now, we have just a pre-selected set of records. They can't scan anything. We're just pulling from military pension files and compiled military service records, which are still very popular with genealogists, so sort of a high-traffic set of records. So it's sort of a good secondary pilot use. And in the period between July and August, we've had an average of 2 researchers a day. Sometimes we've had a daily high of 8 researchers on any one day. And we've had a total of over 140 new file units ingested to the catalog just in that month. And if you think maybe 140 is not so big, a single file unit can run anywhere from 15 pages to 160 or 180 pages in just one file unit. This can be someone's pension file from the Civil War, so it has a series of documents every time they were requesting new benefits from the pension office. So this is a massive undertaking for a single researcher and a big commitment. So the fact that they actually stuck through it and scanned all these pages, I think is significant. It's probably really very promising that people are kind of sticking with it like this, because a lot of times researchers will come in and they'll do 1 or 2 pages and leave, but the people coming into the hub have kind of really stepped up. Scanning is not the only thing we're doing. We also have the other half of the hub, which is our meetup area. This is sort of a flexible open space where we're going to hope to host editathons, wiki meetups, sort of other events with the GLAM and Wiki communities, hopefully in conjunction with the scanning room, have a scanathon. We'll be hosting Andrew Lee's Wiki Space pop-up exhibit after it leaves the conference today. So if you, later next week, I guess, if you come by, it should be in place in the hub. As well, other Nara partnerships. The space itself is open and flexible. Almost everything is on wheels. We have wheeled whiteboard partitions, tables are on wheels, chairs are on wheels, obviously, but we can move it around and reconfigure as we need it. We have free Wi-Fi. We have a lounge space. Unlike other areas in the archives, food and drink are permitted and even encouraged. So if you want to come in and do some tagging and transcription and have a coffee, please do. And Andrew covered the transcription and tagging efforts, but we'll hope to have a couple of citizen archivist kiosks set up. So obviously you can do tagging and transcription from the comfort of your home, but maybe you come through the hub and you want something else to do. There'll be kiosks there for people to use, so they can kind of, or maybe they need a break from scanning, so they'll be there for their use. More on the Innovation Hub. You can check out our website. You can email us at Innovation Hub. You can follow the Archives Innov Hub hashtag on Twitter. Definitely come by, check us out if you can. Again, we're on the other side of the building. Everyone should have gotten a flyer that looks a little like this. It has a map on the back that shows you how to reach it. The scanning area is only open, regular business hours, so it won't be open on Saturday or Sunday, but the meetup side will be. And if you do happen to come by during regular business hours, we have at least 4 very friendly research monitors who are eager to help. Rose, Madeline, Kate, and Carolyn, who may be watching this on the live stream, so I'm giving them a little shout out because they're over there right now. So we're excited to hear any new ideas you have for how we might use the space and make better use of our partnership, and also your thoughts and questions. So, thanks. There's the map. Next up is Dominic, who I think you all know at this point.
Hello. So I'm going to talk about something a little more techy. Some of you may know what an API is already, and you may not. So I'm going to hopefully keep this high enough level that you can kind of also understand why it might be important. So it's not very easy to illustrate an API because it's data, so I'm sorry about that. But I put it on a black background with white text. But basically what I wanted to just convey also is our catalog is, you can go to a web page and see it if you're a human, of data. So we have so far, before we launched our API, not ever had any portal into that data that's easily accessible, other than just going and copying and pasting or scraping from the web page, right? But really, this is all part of our overall access mission that Pam mentioned, because the goal with the API is to enable all users, or the public generally, to spread our digital assets and our data, the public contributions to our records in all platforms and corners of the web. So that's not something that we can accomplish just by having a catalog on our webpage. So that's the idea here. I wanted to kind of, also before I begin, because I know a lot of Wikipedians want to just like look at it and see what we're talking about. If you want to just go there, if you have, because there's a lot of computers open, these are the places you can go if you just wanted to explore as I'm talking. This is the top URL, is just the main path to the API itself. If you go there without putting in any search parameters or anything, you'll still see stuff. And there's no key needed, or any API key needed or anything. We also have a page we call interactive documentation, which is sort of like Wikimedia's API also has like a sandbox page. So you could go there, and if you're not really familiar with APIs, there's little drop-down boxes in an actual web page that will show you, different parameters you can use, or how you could construct an API query. And then also we have a GitHub repository, which is where our actual documentation lives. So you could check those out for the purpose. If you just don't want to type all this, you could just Google our GitHub, the National Archives official GitHub page, and the other 2 pages are linked in our documentation. So having said that, what's an API? So I was kind of alluding to this. A web page is a UI, a user interface. API stands for Application Programming Interface. What that means is that it's the catalog, but for computer scripts, code, apps, web pages, so that you can build a tool that can query or ask for data from our catalog and serve it to users on third-party platforms or anywhere else. And also ours is, I think, unusual, especially in the cultural sector, in that it's a read-write API. So you can also, all of the things that Andrew talked about that are things that you can do to write data into the API, or into the catalog when you're adding a transcription or a tag, you can do that from the API as well. So basically, it just allows a way to serve machine-readable structured metadata, which is what this is. If you're looking at this, this is just, you can kind of start to see what these mean. There's like different names of fields and then the values of fields, and you can see like our identifier or type of record or things in there. But that's just a random snapshot of what it looks like, and this is the same as if you were looking at on the web page. So to begin with, since I'm trying to explain it as really just a way into the catalog itself, but for computers, the beginning of describing what an API is really just talking about what the data set is that it allows you to access. So in this case, the data set is really everything that's in our catalog, and that's the intention. So it means all of the archival metadata for every description or catalog record, the digitized records themselves, the images, and their file metadata, authorities, which is a way of saying when it comes to library and archives, archival metadata, the term authorities means like the people and places and those sorts of canonical things. You might have come across authority control on Wikipedia. Nara's web pages, because it is actually the web search for all of our web properties. And then, of course, also the public contributions, which is tags and transcriptions. So to start off with, the sort of the principles for this project as we were developing it was that it is a public REST web API that's read-write. And there's part of being writable means there's authentication. You can log into the same account that you create on the on the website. You can log into that through the API, or you can also register through the API. And we took inspiration from the DPLA, the Digital Public Library of America's API, and their philosophy, which is that there's a presumption of openness. They actually had put out, around the time we were first starting to develop this, they had already created their API, and they had even put out a policy document saying all of their metadata is in Creative Commons 0. Basically, essentially, metadata is free in the public domain. Following that, there's not even an API key to do any type of searches for read actions, and all of the metadata is in the public domain. That's because, by definition, any metadata created by the National Archives is the work of the federal government, which makes it public domain. So we don't place any restrictions on reuse. And then I'm just going to kind of, this is maybe starting to get scary if you're not techie, but I'm just going to kind of walk through quickly some of these things. But I also did put like full URLs so you could see what it sort of looks like if you understand that. But I just wanted to talk about what you can do through the API. And essentially, think of it sort of like advanced search, but even more so, because you have the option of doing keyword search combined with optionally search on any possible field. And just to give you an idea, with all the different permutations, there's a couple thousand possible fields in our archival metadata. So whatever you see on like an advanced search web page is really just a curated list of fields that the system is letting you search. But through the API, you could search whatever you like. And then it allows you to filter, sort, search on ranges, and then also specify which fields you want returned rather than the whole document. So this is just an example of a type of query you could do where you can see the keyword is Eisenhower, the word army is in the title, I'm sorting by the identifier. So all these different things you could add to get a very specific query back. So why, right? What does that mean? I just wanted to throw up an example of what you could do with something like that. This is kind of a cool idea of a test that I threw together where if you can do something like that, like query our data in that way, then it allows you to do something similar to what Darren does with today's document, where we curate articles related to the date. But I put together a little experiment where just by searching the day and month fields through history, creating a Twitter bot that every whatever 10 minutes or whatever you like tweets an image with some metadata based on that search. So sort of mechanically curated. So that's something that this is just an API read search action, right? But it's something where you can put it to use to actually do something like that. And then also just to mention the write functions, tagging and transcribing. And it's really just following the same sort of theory here, where you just, but it's in reverse, where you specify the thing that you want to tag or transcribe. For a transcription, you're transcribing an object, which means like the image within the catalog record, and then give the text. And you just would have had to log in before you could do that. So that's kind of the general concept here. And then also just to quickly mention, there are even more things that you can do through our API. I mentioned registration, login. You can also do bulk exports if you wanted to download a large query, bulk ingest if you wanted to like transcribe 1,000 things at once, because of course we're talking about doing things programmatically, so you might have some reason, some tool that has generated those transcriptions, and then you can even get to the user data accounts. So, having said all that, when it comes to Wikipedia, or Wikimedia generally, the reason that this is such an important tool for us is we have these big goals. One of which actually was in our recent Open Government Plan, is that we'd like to be able to upload all of our holdings to Wikimedia Commons, which is, as you've heard, that's a lot of data. So it's not something that we have been able to do before. We've mentioned already today that we uploaded like 100,000 things 2 years ago, which was a very difficult process. And that was before the API, and we were scraping our web pages, and it was not scalable. So the idea of the API is that it allows third parties to be able to take our data and reuse it. And I'm especially excited about the idea that image metadata on Wikimedia Commons will be structured at some point in the future, so then we can make it a two-way street. If there's a category on Wikimedia Commons, or if there's something, we can also suck things back, be able to understand the structure of Wikimedia Commons. Obviously, Wikidata is a place that we want to put all of our metadata. There's all these, whether it's authority control or having a citation tool on Wikipedia, all these reasons that we would want users to be able to create tools. But really, it's I think the most important thing is that it's about allowing the public to be creative and fulfill its own needs using our data, and that's kind of what Wikipedia does best. So I'm just going to quickly wrap up for all of us and say kind of just to like answer sort of the questions that we started out with. Why is Wikipedia a fit at the National Archives? One thing that's interesting to note is for each of the 3 projects we talked about, in a lot of ways Wikipedia was a driving force. When it comes to transcription in the catalog, one of the first projects that we did working with the public in like a systematic way to encourage transcriptions and actually get them in our catalog was when I was still an intern here. We had Wikisource. We produced maybe a couple hundred transcriptions of our records on Wikisource, and we didn't have the ability to add transcribed text to our catalog, but we did add links back to Wikisource in our catalog where we could. Similarly, the Innovation Hub, the first attempts we ever had to do like citizen scanning efforts was the scan-a-thons we did with Wikipedians. And of course the API, Wikipedia was the use case for the reason we created the API, is to enable us to upload all of our holdings to Wikipedia, or to Wikimedia Commons. So that's why I think it's really important just to drive this home, that Wikipedia and Wikimedia in general are not just platforms for us, but it's a partner. It's, I think for a lot of cultural institutions, it can serve as like a motivator for why to get involved in all sorts of innovative projects. And it's important because, the GLAM wiki, the kind of the concept or the idea of cultural institutions getting involved with Wikipedia doesn't just exist in a vacuum, but for the field in general to become more receptive to Wikipedia, I think that it also depends on all of these other sorts of open and innovative projects alongside it, because that's kind of what causes change in organizations and opens minds. So I think we might have time for questions, but that's all I had.
There's one here. Who's going to moderate? Do you want to moderate?
Well, we have the microphones on.
If I may be indulged in a brief question here. How does the National Archives think about Wikisource? You are clearly thinking a lot about Commons and about Wikipedia, but what about Wikisource? Does that fit into your picture anywhere?
Okay. I would say it's probably been underutilized, but also there's a lot more work involved in engaging with Wikisource because of the smaller community. So we made early forays into Wikisource a couple of years ago, just like how we did uploads for Wikimedia Commons a couple of years ago, but then it served as sort of, we learned lessons and took that to heart and made changes internally. But I can see a day in the future where, because now we have transcription in our catalog, because hopefully Wikisource will be getting better tools and becoming more usable. And I know there's a Wikisource user group in the last couple of years have been developed, so we can actually be able to export our data to Wikisource and suck up things from Wikisource. It's definitely not a competition.
Are you going to the Wikisource conference in Austria?
I'm not, no, but.
Were there, maybe?
Okay. Thank you. So at what point, and I'm asking for very selfish reasons because it's a process that I have to go through with my work, but the process from going from physical documentation to the wikifying of the information that at the very end, do you take time for 508 compliance?
Sure. What I can talk about. Sure. Let me explain a little bit of 508 compliance. 508 compliance is the federal regulations that rule information for individuals with disabilities. So, for example, if an individual is sight impaired, can they actually see the information or access the information on the website? So one of the things that we definitely absolutely do is make sure that the platforms that we use, so for example, the catalog or the archives.gov website, that the platform itself is compliant so people can use the platform.
Thank you.
Yep.
So it was really interesting to me that Wikipedia was, in some ways, like the use case that you built the API for. But I'm curious, what other uses has the API been put to outside of Nara?
One thing I will say is all three of the things we talked about are all very new. Have been kind of in active development. So I don't know that we have like big examples of things that right now, but certainly we have, for example, the Digital Public Library of America is an aggregator of the metadata from libraries and archives around the country. That was another important use case to allow places like that to be able to take our metadata, and also just to be able to make our own website outside of the catalog a lot more useful and dynamic. So.
And also things like data.gov, places like that. So I think we're looking at, what could come up that we could work with going forward. So I think there's platforms we haven't even thought of yet that we will be working with as we go forward.
And I'll add real quick, Dominic just touched on this, but the idea of us being able to eat our own dog food, for somebody to say it, in that on our websites that we own, can we pull back from the API and use that information to help better our own websites? So.
Right. Before I ask my question, I'll return David Saver and give a shout out to him. Thank you. So I've been following Dominic and National Archives activities for, it seems like a good couple of months. I'm in New York. We do have a branch of the National Archives, and I'm particularly interested because I know our branch also is responsible for the archives from Puerto Rico. A really great opportunity to get what's perceived as a non, how would you say, underrepresented community in Wikipedia. How could we, who's going to step on the whoever's head of the New York office to innovate some of these stuff? Are you going to visit New York? And because one of the few chapters of Wikipedia US is in New York. Would be a great collaboration. Go for it.
I'll go.
Huzzah,
Yeah.
huzzah, huzzah.
That's good.
Okay, well, my question is about the tagging and the opportunity to add stories to these records, and it's a phenomenal opportunity to add, like the President's Engagement Calendar, you can add a story about Marie Curie, and it really enriches the cultural context of these records. But then I can also go and add a story about how I visited the President and he punched my dog in the face. And so what systems do you anticipate to have in place to prevent these sorts of things from happening? Because as you know, Wikipedia has a sort of problem with that. So what do you anticipate you're going to have to do in that realm?
So we have on the back end, there is a moderation dashboard that we can use to moderate comments and tags and transcriptions when they come in. Certainly, the most important thing, though, is that there's a content contributor policy, and that before we do anything to any contribution that somebody wants to put in there, that we're going to make sure that it adheres to that policy. So that, I think it's a combination of having the policy in place and then having the tools on the back end to make some changes if it's necessary.
And then I forgot to add in my question, do you anticipate that taking up a lot of people's time dealing with those sorts of issues?
No, not really. To date, we haven't had any issues at all. And frankly, in all my experience, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, knock on wood. In all my experience in federal government, that's always a question and always a fear that people have, but the reality is that really very infrequently happens.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Eldridge, username Commander CMDR Dan. Quick question. Are there identification requirements to gain entry into the scanning facility and like? And two, can you talk about the cost and investment it took to develop and implement the API?
Well, for the hub, it's a standard research room, so you need to apply and get a researcher card.
So you can't walk in off the street and...
You can walk in off the street, but you still need to get a researcher card.
If you want to scan.
Yeah.
If you just want to go into the room, you can go in.
You probably still need
correct?
ID to get through
Oh,
security.
yeah, because it's on the researcher side.
Okay. What forms of ID do you need?
You need a picture ID, and then you get your researcher card, and once you've got that, then you can come in and scan at any time.
And getting your card is only a 15-minute procedure. You just have to go through a short PowerPoint, basically, yeah.
It's still a secure federal building. So
Right. So I'm guessing it took more than 15 minutes, though, to develop the API. So can you talk?
Andrew and Dominic can speak to.
Yeah, it's, we've been working on it for maybe 2 years now, but it's also been at least public for about a year now, I think. So the API was developed after a lot of design discussions with contractors. So there's been a whole process to it, and we actually are just don't really even have. It's not like we have a huge number of software developers on board, but it's just something that we prioritized in-house.
And we continue to iterate on it. I mean, we want to continue to refine it as we go forward.
Yeah, I think the iteration is really key there. And one thing I'll say is that just as it's really important to work with end users on the product from the public-facing front-end side, same thing with the API. When we work with, as Dominic said, working with Digital Public Library of America, getting their feedback about their API, there's always going to be room for improvement and iteration.
And have other agencies come to you for best practices or for help in developing their own APIs or to implement similar tools or systems in their agencies, whatever?
Not that I know of yet. Yeah?
I would say we're probably not necessarily at that stage yet, but there is a government APIs listserv that I've been on. So there's some active discussions on APIs in the government, but right now I think as a whole the federal government is still just kind of trying to figure things out.
I just wanted to sound a cautionary note. Yourselves and also the speaker prior about occupational health and hazard see Wikidata and Wikipedia as an avenue really to get your information out to the public because it's very widely accessed. And in endorsing it the way you do, in a way you're strengthening its market position out there as a go-to source. And one thing that worries me slightly is that we've as human culture has fought very hard to be able to have a plurality of opinions and a plurality of sources in daily public discourse. And I think we need to think about building robust systems. We've had problems in Wikipedia, for example, with the one case that was in Newsweek earlier this year was about an Indian diploma mill where an abusive admin had been able to manipulate the content of the Wikipedia content on this institute for a number of years using first a sock puppet army, then his position as an admin. And that led to real harm to Indian families who sort of sacrificed their family savings and went into debt to be able to send one of their kids to that school, which in the end gave them diplomas that were worthless. And do you have any thoughts about that? I understand, you're looking to get your information out, and Wikipedia is there now. You can do it. So it's a short-term win. But I would encourage you to also think about the long-term situation. As a democratic society, or not all of the world is democratic, but we are aspiring to get there. Many countries have media systems, where the press is not free, and all the media that are available say the same thing. Now, if you're building a world where Wikipedia becomes the preferred outlet and is plugged into Google, is plugged into the knowledge graph panel, so that whatever is in Wikidata and Wikipedia is what people primarily see, I have a concern that system is not very robust. Everything may be fine now, but what's it like in two or three generations down the line? We should be very mindful that we don't build vulnerabilities into our information dispersal system, which, while useful in the short term for the next 10 years or so, in the long term, might come back to bite us.
That's
good. One response I would just give to that is
that is good.
I also, as the Wikipedian in residence at the National Archives, I think that's very similar to a lot of times what we hear when you talk to cultural professionals. Sometimes the concern when it comes to are we preferencing or vouching for Wikipedia? But the one thing I would say is that we don't do anything that's like a Wikipedia exclusive. Our goal in Wikipedia helps us sometimes in sort of pushing us in this direction is to make everything that we do open and accessible as widely as possible. And that's why the slide that Pam showed, where Wikipedia is already such an important platform for us, that's why that's an important outlet for us to go to and why we would want to invest in it. But I wouldn't necessarily say that we preference it, intellectually.
To the
We
exclusion,
still allow third-party platforms to use our data however they like, even if they're in ways that we find distasteful.
Well, thank you very much.
One of our strategic goals beyond make access happen and connecting with customers is maximizing our value to the nation. And I really see the ability with the API for other folks out there, anybody out there, to more easily get our data and reuse it to however they need it. So we see the API as part of that adding value back to the nation, and we definitely want to keep it open to anybody so that there is a diversity of sources.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, for staying through your break, but we're going to let you go now. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
ready whenever you are.
Okay, everyone, we're getting together for the presentation. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Oh, sorry, I started the presentation. Okay, I'd like to present Sydney Poore, user Flow Night, Wikipedia resident at the Cochrane Collab Initiative, and someone who's helping all of the medical articles on Wikipedia. So, okay, come on, everybody, starting. It is it's a medical collaborative. Yeah. So improving private medicine, and we're all going to. Oh, yeah. Hey, if you're holding a chat in here, there's another guy.
Hello.
Okay, everyone. Hey, welcome. This is a session.
Okay, hello. I feel like I want to do like jumping jacks or something to get everybody moving because it's kind of late in the day. But I'm covering quite a lot of material, stuff that I would normally cover in about an hour and a half, I'm doing in 30 minutes. So I'm going to just brush the surface and go quite quickly, but I'm going to be here all weekend long, so please feel free to catch up with me later and to follow up on anything that catches your fancy that you would like to talk about. Just a little bit further introduction of myself. My name is Sydney Poore with the username Flow Night. I began editing in 2005. I chose the name Flow Night because it's short for Florence Nightingale. And I feel really good about that because she was very scientifically minded for her time. And that's kind of important for the work I'm doing now because I'm collaborating with Cochrane, which believes in evidence-based medicine based on scientific research. So it's an excellent fit, and it really brought me full circle back around 10 years later to what I'm doing. This presentation is really a call to action. I'm not really here just to tell you what we've been doing, but really to invite you to get involved in helping edit medical articles. And the question is like, why are we doing this? Who are these organizations getting together? And the reason is because nearly everyone reads Wikipedia. And you can see from this slide, we're talking about health professionals. We know from the surveying we've done that 50 to 100% of physicians use Wikipedia, 35 to 70 pharmacists, and on down the line. Because of that, it's really quite important that we have good information available. But the issue is only a small number of people regularly edit our Wikipedia articles. We did some surveying on this, and we know that there is actually a lot of accounts of people who make some edits, but the reality is, and this was of 2013, only 270 editors made more than 250 edits to medical content in Wikipedias. And this included all of the language Wikipedias that we surveyed, all of the large languages. And half of those were done in English. So obviously that's a really small number of people that are working on trying to improve the quality of the content and making sure it stays in good shape. So, I mean, we feel like that this was a pretty big weight to carry, so we really needed to look around for some people that could help us. And so we looked out and we found Cochrane Collaboration, which was an organization that we were using their references quite often in our articles. And we came together to work on improving the content of the references to Wikipedia, as well as to increase the number of people who are editing Wikipedia articles, the medical articles. So who is Cochrane, and why is there somebody that we would want to work with? They're a global network of 27,000 people, and they come from 130 countries around the world. They have contributors that are researchers, health professionals, patients, and consumers. So you see in many ways there's some similarities to what Wikipedia is. We are very global ourselves, and we are made up of not just one type of person. We're not just academics. We're not just consumers. We're a mix of people that come together to do the work. And we have in our global network a reach to around 70,000 people. So the thing is, when they come to work with us, we don't really do a partnership with Wikipedia per se, because Wikimedia Foundation doesn't do that. Instead, what we are doing is we're doing a loose affiliation with Wiki Project Med Foundation, as well as working with all of the other WikiMed projects. And I've identified the ones here, the WikiMed projects in different languages that are fairly active. There are many more of them that exist that at one point in time have, on their own language, have tagged medical content. But these are the main ones that if we go to, there's a pretty good chance we're going to find people editing. The biggest new one is the Wikidata one, and there is a Wiki Project medicine on Wikidata, and it is becoming more and more active, and it's a very exciting area for us to work with. I would like to give a call out to the German language as well. Recently, I did some work with them, and I have a very good understanding of what they're doing. They're a very autonomous group, and they're producing some high quality content. So although we are, we're focused more in the United States, we do have people out there working on articles that we could collaborate with ourselves. So in terms like what is really happening with this partnership, one of the things they have committed to is to having someone come inside their organization to be a liaison for a short period of time to help them figure out how to work with Wikipedia. This is not unlike the archives, who have done something similar with Dominic. It's pretty similar to that, or any other Wikipedian who goes into an organization who's trying to figure out how you fit in that organization, how to kind of make it be better than what they were already doing. Because there certainly were already people at Cochrane that was putting some edits on Wikipedia, but they weren't necessarily doing a very good job of it. It wasn't happening in a very organized manner at all. So what they've done is they've really are beginning to integrate us into their whole ecosystem. So for the past 3 years, they've invited us to come to their international colloquium. I just actually was in Vienna this past week, and I just flew into DC yesterday. They paid for us to have a full day Wikipedia symposium. We invited the German editors and other people in Cochrane, the German Wikipedia editors and other people that were affiliated with Cochrane in the area, as well as those that were flying into the area to come to that. And we had a chance for people to either get introduced to Wikipedia or some of the more experienced users to sit and talk about some of the more complex things, for example, getting Wikipedia and Wikidata working together. So they provided that platform for us to do that. The other thing that Cochrane is doing is that they're encouraging all of their little research groups, and they research in health topic areas, like they may be researching in wound care, they may be researching in neonatal health. They're encouraging all those research areas to develop dissemination plans for their research, for their Cochrane reviews, to then be put on Wikipedia. They are thinking in terms of how to disseminate in press releases, typically in the past, or in social media, but now they're beginning to recognize that they really need a plan built in with that about how to get that onto Wikipedia. The thing is, when you're doing research, you really, from the very beginning, think with your research question, who your audience is. So now they're beginning to think our audience is Wikipedia. So we are very well changing the way that they are doing the research because they know that we are one of the places where the research is going to go in the end. The other thing that we are collaborating on with them is just really advocating for open science. At this conference I was at this last week, I met a very large contingent of people who are interested in open trials. And they're setting up a project to deal with this, and they're exploring what software they should use. So we were there to help them, guide them through either considering Wikidata or looking at the strengths and weaknesses of what Wikidata is. Perhaps something like that would work for them. But they ask us to step up and to kind of work with them to have a better product because we do have some experience in this area. The other thing that we will work on regularly, it has to do with the translation project and the Wikipedia library. One of the first groups of articles that of accounts that got given out with the Wikipedia library was a free Cochrane account. And the way that works is, if you're not familiar with it, we approach different publishers and ask them to give access to accounts that are behind paywalls. We know from when that was started and around 2012 that we've given out all of our accounts and more are available now. And we have seen a 15% increase in the number of citations to Cochrane since then. And this is, you can see the graph, it was pretty, there was an increase all along, but it was a much sharper increase once we began giving the accounts out. Even more importantly, though, than just us being able to see the new references going in after we've given the accounts go out, we know that those people that have those accounts are working on updating the citations that are in Wikipedia. The way that Cochrane reviews work is that when they do a research review on medical research, they update it a few years later automatically. Their goal is to do it every 2 to 4 years. And so we oftentimes will have cited an article, and they will have done a new update, and we won't know it. So what we have done recently is started running a bot on Wikipedia English, and it automatically generates a list of the articles that need to be updated. And also in the article itself, it has a little brackets next to it, the reference that says that this is out of date. So you can click onto it and it'll take you to the new reference. And this is something that one of the kind of experimental things we're doing. And so far it's highlighting the data that comes in a form that looks like this. And we're generating pages of stuff that needs to be updated. So when I was at the conference last past week, one of the things I did was introduce this to them and show them, literally people whose reviews had been done and how they're not been updated yet, and encourage them to actually do something about it, like bookmarking that page so they can find it again, and then also to mark their calendars at least monthly so they can go and look to see the new updates, as well as to host Cochrane update editing events in their groups. So that's one of the newest things that we have introduced into a collaboration with Cochrane. There's 3 other projects that I'm working on right now, very targeted ones. One of them is going to be Cochrane Wiki Project Women's Health. We're going to do something also on disasters and humanitarian emergencies, and Wiki Project Women Scientists. The general approach when I work with anyone in this organization is to identify topic experts, select priority articles to improve, and then mentor people in the Cochrane network as to how to interface with Wikipedia, and then to hold editathons or regular editing events for Cochrane and Wikipedia. The Wikipedia Women's Health is going to be a specific target area in the upcoming group. We have identified some of the research topic areas in Wikipedia, like pregnancy and childbirth is, for example. And they're excited about the opportunity to come and work with us. So we're going to do, the whole idea of it is to have a person sit with the topic expert, get more information about what needs to be done to improve the article, then have our editors, perhaps even some student interns, to work on improving the article. And then when it was finished, there would be some type of peer review that could fit into our good article, a feature article process, where they would essentially say, yes, this information is accurate. And that takes that burden off of our editors looking at that medical content and really wondering, not if it just isn't our format, it looks like it's pretty complete to us, but somebody essentially saying, this is what it needs to have in there. And I'm very excited about piloting that project. The other one that we're interested in working with, it has to do with disasters and humanitarian emergencies. Kind of the same type of thing, the process we would use is with women's health, except for it kind of takes on an essential role, because when there is a disaster, people are oftentimes scampering to do things that will be helpful. But we want what they do to be based on evidence and to be based on good scientific information. So by us working in this topic area on Wikipedia, we can make this available under a open access license so that people would have access to it, and they wouldn't be spending their time trying to think about how to write it down. Instead, they could just take it and reuse it. So this is a pretty compelling argument to give to organizations who up to this point in time have been having their work copyrighted. They could truly see the value of why they would think it would matter that it have an open license. There is an organization called Evidence Aid who is a kind of a branched out of the Cochrane, and they have agreed, as well as some other organizations, to lend their topic experts to work with us. Kind of a case study that happened last week while I was at the conference was I met a topic expert who had identified something that they felt like was missing from Wikipedia, and it had to do with migrant health. And their first inclination was to want to add it to the migrant health article, which would have not been inappropriate to put it there, but it probably would have just been buried somewhere in Wikipedia and that nobody would have really seen it. So we were brainstorming about what we could do to make sure that the people that were in the situation would get access to it. And so we decided the place that was getting the most hits was the European Migrant Crisis article. And we saw by looking at our internal data that it was actually getting a lot of page views. And if you looked on the graph, you could see that it was out of our almost 5 million articles now, it was 1,180th on the list of a number of articles that are being looked at. So it was actually a really good number of people that were looking at it. So what was interestingly enough about looking at this as well is that last column over the 0.08 has to do with Wikipedia 0. So you can see all the other ones there, are like 0 or not very much coming through, all the articles. But that particular article, there really was a bump up that people were looking at it through Wikipedia 0, which felt like we were then putting the information where it needed to go in that article. People were interested in that area of the world. So I felt like that was something that had real potential for us to get the information that was useful into Wikipedia. And so what we did is the person wrote it down for us, and we then added it to Wikipedia. They agreed to give it away under our open license, and we then copied it in. So we ended up adding a section on health guidance. So we showed everyone that was working in this topic area what we'd done, and it made it seem so simple to them how quickly you could get something quite new added, and that would potentially have a lot of impact. In particular, what this dealt with was there was really no evidence about doing psychological debriefings for people right after a disaster or emergency. And this is something that people have often done in the past, and they have found that it's really just a waste of money, and it could even be harmful, in fact. So we felt like there was something that was quite important for us to share. And now they were quite pleased to see that some of their work was in Wikipedia and was making a difference. I feel like by us working with agencies, finding case studies and examples that are meaningful, that will show impact, this is what will draw more and more people in. People felt very compelled by when they hear these types of examples. The last project that I've selected is really near and dear to me personally. It has to do with Wiki Project Women Scientists. It's something that we have recognized as a problem in the past that we were lacking on Wikipedia. And we have begun working on a project called Wikipedia Women in Red, where the women who should have an article but don't have a red link on Wikipedia. And so we know that Cochrane in the past has expressed an interest in having women that they knew were scientists that were missing from Wikipedia had their articles added. So when I explained this project to them, they were so excited about the idea that they could come to our Wiki Project Women Scientists, add those names in, see those red links, and then see them get filled up. And they're more than willing to help us, develop those lists and also try to find, the information we need to make them be, properly referenced. So, I feel like that, those are the 3 target areas that I'm doing right now. This isn't a project that I did last year that I also would like to revive again. It was with an organization called Students for Best Evidence. It's a global organization that's supported out of the UK Cochrane Center. We had a Wikipedia week, and they do a lot of blogging. So they blogged about what Wikipedia is, why it would be meaningful for them, and then they had an edit-a-thon inside the Cochrane Center's in Oxford. They invited Wikipedians to come in as well as the students to come in and edit. So we didn't have a huge amount of turnout. It was more or less a pilot, but the UK Center is a very well organized, well-funded, and a very enthusiastic location, and highly supportive of Wikipedia. And I believe that we'll take another run at this now that they kind of know what it's all about, and I believe we will be much more successful next time around. Because really, in my opinion, what this is going to evolve is developing the partnerships between the Wikipedia editors and the Cochrane Health topic experts. And some of this can be done remotely through Skype calls and hangouts, and other times, we'll invite him to come to the table with us and share a meal and exchange health information. And I think at the end of the day that we have a lot in common with them, and that we will be able to continue to improve the quality of content on Wikipedia and the medical area to be what it should be today. And I'm hoping within the next 6 months or so to wrap up what I'm doing there, that they will have us so baked into their regular processes that I'll be able to leave there and go somewhere else and point to success and do it again somewhere else. So I'll be happy to answer any questions or take any comments. Right.
And you also talked about the initiative to take Cochrane articles with Cochrane content and identify when they need to be updated. But I thought you said that was English only. The obvious point is if you update the English one and then it's translated into Spanish or French, is there a way, should that be on the list? Or is it?
That's a really good point. I mean, we we only began using our update bot of Wikipedia English like 2 months ago. It was very experimental to see if it was going to work, did it break and whatever. So now that we got those bugs worked out, I definitely think that we will keep that in mind, and also ask, the other wikis if they would also like to run the bots on their wikis as well. So, I mean, there's any number of things that we're thinking of trying to automate instead of trying to manually do them. One of the things that they're, speaking of translation, one of the things that they're interested in is finding out which one of their reviews are the most used on Wikipedia. And knowing the names of those, then they could make it priority to actually translate those. Figuring that if people on Wikipedia English and the French Wikipedia and the German Wikipedia, some of the biggest medical content ones were using these the most, there's a really good chance that other languages would also like to use those, and they would put them priority to translate them. Because just like us, I mean, everyone grapples with translation, and you just can't do it all at once. I mean, there's not a system in place.
Yes, this is, it's similar to a translation question, but it's within the same language. For an informationist who's providing information to a clinician or something like that, abstracts straight out of Cochrane are very useful. If you're providing information to a patient, however, you may have to make the language more simpler. So I'm wondering how much work is being done to get things from English into the simple English Wikipedia for this material.
We are very committed on, we're committed but failing to actually, make our content be readable. Right now, the long articles are very complex. So what we're trying to do is to get either like 3 or 4 paragraphs at the beginning of the article to be a concise overview of the whole content, and have that be in very, simple language, and then to reference it so that they can easily be translated over, and the references will carry over. And normally on Wikipedia, the referencing is done lower in the article and not in the lead, but we really, really plead with people to actually reference the lead in this situation, because it makes it so much easier when we move it over translation-wise. But that is our goal. And so, people can translate full articles, but really what we would like is to improve the lead and then get that translated into many, many languages. That's really the model we're using right now.
Great.
When you have a citation of an article and the person who is going through Wikipedia wants to read that article, can they actually get access to that article?
So what they can do, the way that it works in general is that, we encourage people to use the referencing tool that makes it so that when you click on it, if it's on the internet, you can go straight through to where that article is located. So with Wikipedia, then you can go through to abstracts of Cochrane reviews. You cannot go through to the full article. That is not, at this point in time, it's behind a paywall. You can't go through it. If it's new research, if it's a year old, then you can go all the way through. Cochrane has some of its funders who are asking them to be open access, so some of their articles are open access. In the area, for example, of disasters or humanitarian stuff, a lot of that is done through public health type of organizations than it is open access. But there's many, unfortunately, there's many other articles that are behind paywalls and also are not open access. So that is one of the things that they're committed by 2020 to being open access. And, you know, I'm there hopefully influencing them to do it quicker and also to make sure that their license they do choose to use is a really good license and not one that's been invented by a publishing company that actually is not what we want it to be. So we're working on that as well. You know, there's a lot of things we're working on that I really couldn't cover in the presentation, but that is definitely one of them.
Sydney, hi. Thank you for the presentation, and thanks to Cochrane for the good work that they do, because we know by using your evidence-based reviews, it helps us to get our information in Wikipedia. But I'm aware that the Cochrane organization sent out a grant proposal to, I think it was to better disseminate their information, make it more known to the world. Right. I'm wondering if part of that had anything to do with Wikipedia, whether the electronic part of that, was there anything that came out of that?
I think that they, like a lot of other people, you know, they've been around since the 90s, and, you know, a lot of, like, the federal government has had things on the web for a long time as well. But it's really been within, the past 5 to 10 years that people have started thinking about what it really, really means to disseminate on the internet, you know, or disseminate with social media. So it was kind of around the same time they were thinking about that whenever Wikipedia and them kind of came together. So I do think it is part hand in hand, but it's not solely about that. But they, at this point in time, do have us built into their dissemination plans. I mean, being there, you know, they believe that, they know that people don't read their reviews. They you know, clinicians may read them in guidelines. Clinicians may read them in Wikipedia articles, and virtually no citizens or regular people read them in guidelines. But, you know, right. So, you know, so the place that for people to really get the information is on Wikipedia at this point in time. And they're really committed to improve the content, not just with the reviews, but the people that are in Cochrane are actually usually, I mean, very small staff of people. Most everyone is in a university or a research center or somewhere around the world. And they believe in doing good scientific research on health information, or they're specialists in their topic area. For that reason, you know, they just want good information to be out there. And so that's, you know, this is why it works together. Probably need to wrap it up, so it worked out about right with no questions. Is that right, Richard? Yeah, I think so. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you.
Presenting?
Yes.
Sydney will actually do a session later. She's going to do 20 minutes. Start and then 10 to the question. Do me a favor, we're doing well on time. Let's not run over. It's half hour each. This is a 5 o'clock one. She is the first one. I don't know this.
Okay. So sorry about the delay in getting started, but my name is Shanitra Bishop, and I am a librarian at Hunter College. I am the Web and Digital Initiatives librarian there. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how you can use Wikipedia to teach students how to use the library or teach research skills. So I got started with Wikipedia back in 2010 when I was part of the public policy initiative at Indiana University. And so I've been working with college professors, with classes, to kind of help students learn more about Wikipedia and how it works. And so I've also started to work with it and use it as a way of teaching students more about research. So just to do a quick poll, how do you all use Wikipedia in a non-Wikipedian editing role? Yes. So what do you do, or how do you use it?
I enjoy looking things up. I will have arguments with friends and will prove that I am right by looking things up on Wikipedia.
I like to see what the terms are in other languages. If it's a language I'm studying, see how it's phrased, how it's translated.
When I'm in a non-editing mood, I like to look at Did You Know to broaden my knowledge.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Do you prefer like high-level research work?
So like high-level research, what do you mean?
So like you're trying to understand a topic in general?
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, what were you gonna say?
I just branch off books that I read. Any reference there that it can tree out for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Get caught up with that.
Oh, okay. So you use the references a lot? Okay. And so do you think college students should use Wikipedia in their research? And so why do you think they should use it, or how do you think they should use it?
It can determine whether or not you have enough interest to
Mhm.
carry out an actual assignment,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe you should change course, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a good way. Any other ideas?
Well, Wikipedia is a good entry point for students to do research. I mean, a lot of professors don't look down on Wikipedia and don't like the idea of Wikipedia, but it's really referencing Wikipedia may not be ideal for a college paper, but it's certainly a good place to start, and it'll point you to other references.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Or you want to say
I
something?
think it's all right to use it, but I mean, you always need to be aware that whatever you read there is basically as good as the last thing you've heard someone say in the pub, some person that you don't know. You need to look at the reference. If there is a reference, if there isn't a reference, then obviously it may be entirely worthless because you don't know who's written it. If there is a reference, look at the reference, check it. Is the reference any good? It doesn't actually say what the Wikipedia article says. If all those things are given, then Wikipedia has been useful to lead you to a good source that you might not have otherwise found quite as quickly.
Right. So you think students should use it, but they just need to evaluate the articles?
Well, you shouldn't cite Wikipedia. At the end of the day, you should cite the source that Wikipedia helped you find.
Mm-hmm.
And you should also have a look around for if there are any other sources around that Wikipedia doesn't have. Then do search it in Google Scholar or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just because sometimes someone might not have liked a particular point of view, take some sources out, and the Wikipedia article might still be in that state at that point in time.
Right.
So you should look around a bit further.
Mm-hmm. Was there another comment over here?
I was just going to piggyback off what that gentleman was saying, but a lot of times when you start off with a topic, it's a very narrow slice of the overall picture. Simplifying of information really allows you to branch out and see how are things connected, what is the big picture, how does this fit in larger view. So you get a better understanding of the bigger picture by focusing on one topic. That is hopefully the information as well.
Were you going to say?
I was going to say, because we're not using microphones, it's not being picked up on the
Oh, okay.
stream.
Okay.
You know, so I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay. Okay.
I just want to say that I think the time for this question's already passed.
because our students are going to use Wikipedia whatever we say. And so we can't really, I don't think we can ask this question more. I think the question now is, how do we make sure that they use it in the best way possible?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a good way because students are going to use it. And so that actually is a good segue into why you should use Wikipedia. And so as a lot of you pointed out, is where people tend to start. And so because it's a good place where students already are familiar with and they're comfortable using it, it's a good starting point because they already know it. And the content there tends to be less scholarly. It's easier for them to read it. And it has a lot of detailed information. And so they can branch out and see different aspects of a particular topic or realize if they have a broad topic, ways that they can narrow it down or different angles or slants that they can take on a particular issue. And it can also be a way for them to see how information changes because the information in Wikipedia doesn't always stay the same. So someone might come in and change an article or add additional information, or they can also see that the information may not always be consistent, or one article might be really great and another article maybe it's not so great. So it can help teach them to evaluate that information and help them to really, as one person pointed out, we really want to help them learn how to use Wikipedia effectively because we know they're going to use it. So a lot of information comes from Wikipedia, or people have so much information out there that it's a good way for people to be able to also find out or use that information more effectively because there's so much out there. They may not really know where to go to get information. So being able to direct them to someplace like Wikipedia is a good starting point. And so one assignment is to be able to teach students to actually do background research. So oftentimes when students are doing research, they don't really think about, oh, I don't really know much about this topic, so I should take a step back and actually educate myself and learn more about whatever topic it is that I'm researching. And so that can help me to write a better paper or at least know more about how I want to go about approaching this particular topic. And so one thing that you can do is ask students to actually go and pick a topic and read the Wikipedia article. And then from that article, asking them questions like about the key issues. So what are the key issues in that particular topic? Why is it important? What are some important dates, or how can they refine that topic? So we were looking at birth control, because sometimes when I work with students, they have very broad topics, and so they're like, oh, I want to write about gun control, or I want to write about birth control. But that's not really a good research topic, or you can't really write a paper specifically on those. You need to narrow it down more. And so one way to help them do that is by telling them to read through, for example, the lead of the article, and then looking for that basic information so that they can find out more about the particular topic. And then also looking at the subheadings. And so if we were looking at birth control, then they could just look at the subheadings and see that there are all different types of aspects that they can focus on. So they could look at the religious views, or if they wanted to look at it from that point of view, they could look at the various methods, contraceptions, or if they wanted to look at it from more of the controversy around birth control, they could do that as well. But a student may not come to birth control or that topic and think about it in that way. So just having them look at that article can be one way of helping to educate them about a particular topic and help them make the decision about how they want to narrow their topic or what angle or slant they want to take on it. So another option is to have students compare resources. And so there's Wikipedia, but then there's also traditional library resources like Encyclopedia Britannica or like Yale Virtual Reference Library. Those are all library resources. And so you can have the students look at both of those two different articles or entries and see what are the differences between the two. And so the idea being that to help students learn that they should look at more than just one article or one source. And so oftentimes students might come to a particular source or have a topic and find one that's really good and decide that they're just going to use that one source or that one book, article, whatever it is, and not really look at other sources. And so being able to compare the two, they can see how the two are different and if one is better than the other, or if maybe they're both the same. So if we looked at this article on the Wall Street crash in 1929, you have one from Encyclopedia Britannica and one from Wikipedia. And they, of course, both tell the same information, but Wikipedia includes information that Encyclopedia Britannica does not, and vice versa. And so it doesn't mean that the Wikipedia article is wrong or Encyclopedia Britannica article is wrong. It's just that sources might give you different information, and they both are good. So it's good for you to look at both instead of just focusing in on one particular source. Another option is to actually have students do a Wikipedia article analysis. And so the purpose being to help them, kind of what somebody touched on earlier with, to actually analyze that article and be able to determine whether or not it's a good article or maybe if it's even appropriate for their particular topic. And so in doing that, you can ask students about the articles, and if they feel like that particular article has covered the topic well, or if there's any bias in a particular article, and whether or not they think the information is presented objectively. And so, you can also help them look at, for example, the talk page and see if there has been any discussion of neutral point of view or if it's been flagged, and have the students kind of discuss that and look at whether or not that article is actually shows any signs of bias. One thing you can also do is just have them look for within the article if it makes general statements like many or most or things like that, or if it's giving very specific statistics to support whatever is being said in that article. So they learn a little bit more about how to actually decide whether or not the article is biased or if it's actually giving good information. Another possibility is to actually have the students look at the different sources that are used in a given article. So a lot of Wikipedia articles, of course, provide a lot of citations, but some may not provide as many. And so you can always have the students look at the sources and decide whether or not they are good sources or if they are sources that they might want to use for their particular research. Let's see. So I was recently working with students in a class where their assignment was to go and research a site of historical significance in New York. And so they could pick any site that they wanted, but they needed to go and do research on it and explain why it was significant, and specifically why it was significant in terms of American politics. And so they gave the students an example. We looked at the African burial ground. And so one thing that I asked the students was to look at the references, and looking at the references to decide if there were any references that they thought would be useful if they were going to go and do some additional research on this topic. And so one of course, the students might said the first one was a good one to look at. And it's not that it's not a good one to look at, of course it is, but knowing that their assignment is focused more on the political aspect of it, having them look at all the resources and specifically select some and say, why would you use that? Then was able to help them to discuss and see that, well, if they actually looked at one that was on, for example, New York burning, it gives them a little bit more information than just a general overview of the African burial ground. And they can look at it from a political aspect and why it might be actually significant to society. And finally, another assignment is to have students look at an article and look at how that article has evolved over time. So having them look at the history of the article and compare the current article to an earlier version of that article, they get a chance to see that information in Wikipedia, of course, changes and it's dynamic. And you can also have them talk about what information was taken out or put in, and looking at the talk pages, also looking at that information and seeing what was put in, and if they agree or disagree with that, or if they think there's something missing, or if that discussion was maybe lopsided, maybe there was one person that was kind of dominating the conversation and not talking about other aspects of it. So it gives them another chance to really understand how Wikipedia works and be more thoughtful or critical of information that they're getting. So instead of just assuming that whatever information is on Wikipedia is accurate and that there's not any bias in whatever they might be reading. And so now I'm about out of time, so I just want to leave a little bit of time for questions.
Do you find that there is bias in African American related content? Because I remember speaking once to Lester Spence, I think his name was an African American studies professor, and he told me that he tried to do some editing around 2006 or so, and gave up after some weeks or months in complete frustration, because it was overrun by sort of white people with a slightly far-right bent. I think he was trying to edit on Afrocentrism and Afrocentricity, so that there were people who were very opposed to any presentation of such content, and he gave up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that there's still a bias in that respect, or has it come up?
I haven't found that there's a bias in that respect, but it hasn't come up, but
It might be worth looking into, if you're doing this sort of thing, analyzing articles and full-page histories, it might be worthwhile doing a few of those.
Yeah, definitely can look at, those might be some articles to look at and see if there is a particular bias or information that's being kind of slanted or left out.
You're going through all these various kinds of exercises I found really fascinating. Are these documented someplace, like, I don't know, things you can do with Wikipedia as a teacher?
I don't have them documented anyplace, no, but I can make them available so that other people can access it.
That's what I was going to ask about as well. Is what are the things that you tell them to look for? Do you have bullet points or metrics and say this is how you should be evaluating the article? Those sorts of specific resources, I think, would be valuable to other people who want to try something like this.
Yeah, definitely. And I have specific questions that I would ask them so when they're going through the articles in terms of evaluating them, what are to look for certain types of information. So, for example, if they're evaluating the article, looking at if the information, if they are providing general statements or if they're providing detailed statistics or where their references are coming from, if it's mostly online articles or if they're also referencing books or journals or things like that, or if some of the information, for example, if it's a topic that they're studying in class, is the information that they're learning themselves, is that also in that article? Because if it's a key person that's writing on that topic, then it should be somewhere in the article as well. Okay. Well, thank you.
Where's the, where did you play? Oh, you added the, you put yours on USB or what?
Yeah, I had to put mine on USB.
Oh, okay.
So it wouldn't work on the OS.
I thought we had a hookup for a laptop directly here. What? I've got one, I just don't know literally where it plugs in. Yeah, we did this an hour ago. I can put it on a USB if you have one, then that's easy enough. But
Yeah, I wound up having to put it on a USB because I couldn't find the connection.
Profit one that I'll learn her on then mine as well.
okay. Sure thing. Probably going to end up asking questions at the end, but so we're starting a little bit late. It's 4:37 now. I'm going to try to keep everyone on time. So, all right. My name's Adam Hyland. I work for the Wiki Education Foundation, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the sort of volume of student editor data and how to think about it. One of the reasons why I wanted to talk about this was when we think about like what Wikipedia gets from student editors. Now, from the Wiki Education Foundation, sort of our point of view is that Wikipedia gets all of this great content that the student editors produce, and that's absolutely true. And you can look at the other presentations from the folks at the Wiki Education Foundation. You can look at our monthly and annual reports, and we'll show you like all this articles added, neat content that students have added. But what when Wikipedians think about what we get from the education program, I think we tend to come at it from a pretty idiosyncratic place. Now, my background on this is I joined the education program in 2011 as a volunteer, and as a long-term Wikipedia editor, my thought was that this was going to solve Wikipedia's retention problem. This was going to give us an influx of new people who'd be interested in Wikipedia because I loved it. Well, why wouldn't everyone else love it? They just needed to be exposed to it. And I think that what I've seen, as I've worked with the program as a volunteer and as I've worked for WikiEd, is that we have a lot of people who tend to maybe not officially judge the program on those merits, but sort of unofficially talk about it. They talk about adding student contributions, and there's always a yes, but those students don't go on to be lifelong Wikipedia editors. And the student edits are not the only place where we see this situation. There we go. We also see them in editathons. We could sort of consider editathons like long-term experiments in recruitment to Wikipedia. And I've always felt this is a sort of silly way to think about bringing new people to Wikipedia and adding new content to Wikipedia, because we know that the number of people who edit Wikipedia versus the number of people who read it is just infinitesimal, right? It's less than, I think we'll have this on the next slide. It's less than 0.02% of the folks who edit Wikipedia. So it's odd for us to say, well, even among a self-selected group of people who are going to come and edit in an editathon, that we would convert even a meaningful percentage of them. If you had 100 people come to an editathon and the prior probability of someone wanting to be a Wikipedia editor, if you just plucked them at random, was 0.01%, you're probably not going to find one even if you run 100 editathons. And student editathons are actually a better experiment for this, because the people who go to them tend to want to be Wikipedia editors, right? One of the cardinal advantages / disadvantages of the Wiki Education program is the folks who come to edit the articles have to, right? They need to for a grade. So we should expect an even lower conversion rate for students coming out of the education program to become long-term Wikipedia editors. And I think that it's not necessarily reasonable to think of that as a metric. But I want to think about student editors as a cohort of people who are acting on Wikipedia during the course of the term, and they will go on to go do other things. They may edit Wikipedia, they probably won't. And the next term, another cohort of students will come in and edit Wikipedia, and it won't necessarily have to be the same person. And what I hope to do here is convince you that that's a reasonable way to look at the volume of student edits, and then take a look at exactly how big is this cohort? What is it doing? So one of the things that I've talked about a little bit is I want to get people to think that editors, right, are rare, right? Most social sites will follow what's referred to as the Pareto principle, or the 99-1 rule, where 90% of the readers are sort of passive, 9% are semi-active, and 1% are the hardcore community. And Wikipedia follows some ridiculously telescoped version of that principle. Whereby you cram all of that last 9% and 1% into this tiny, tiny fraction of editors for readers. And so when we talk about editors on Wikipedia, I wanted to bring this up because I think it's a great graph and I think it's a sort of sentinel point for us to all look at, even though this is not the topic of my presentation, that we may be seeing an uptick in active Wikipedia editors. This, when we talk about Wikipedia editors, is sort of the graph that we all want to talk about. And this is a graph of editors who've made 100 edits within the last month. And we've got, this is the sort of core Wikipedia community. And one way to think about the core Wikipedia community. And even though this is sort of the graph that we visualize when we think about Wikipedia editors, these folks are essentially 10% of what the Wikipedia community generally considers as active editors. Is we tend to cut things off at highly active editors are those who have edited 100 edits within the last month, and sort of active editors are those who've edited 5 edits in the last month. And for here, we're climbing back up into 4,000 for highly active editors, and we have about 35,000 regular active editors, and that's probably a better metric for what the core group of active moving editors on Wikipedia is. And I think there's like a reason why we should think about this larger group, or think about folks who edit slightly less as sort of important members of the community, an important cohort to watch. Like I mentioned, it's like highly active editors are a small fraction of the broader community, and even among highly active editors, when we look at that graph of 4,000 people, of the edits that folks are responsible for in that graph, it's a small fraction yet again of that 4,000 people that contribute the bulk of the edits that we have. And also, life cycles for long-term editors and medium-term editors are different, So a longer-term editor may see a life cycle that's counted in terms of years. As they get involved with the project, they get heavily involved in article editing, then they move over to the project politics side, and then they get burned out and they stick retired on their user page a couple of times before it finally sticks, and then they go away. God, this is cynical, isn't it? But life cycles for shorter users can be entirely different. You can have a user who comes in and edits for a few months and makes a few changes to one particular article, and then leaves. They've satisfied their curiosity, and that's a perfectly reasonable life cycle for an editor that comes in and makes maybe say 100 edits or 200 edits total, and then leaves. And those folks are sort of the bulk of this migrating, slightly active what I would consider sort of marginally attached Wikipedia community, and they tend to, as we find out, look an awful lot like student editors. So when I'm talking about this, I want to take a break and talk a little bit about where I got my data sources from. So I'm looking at editor monthly contributors from Aaron's data set, because I'm only interested in edits per month by editors. So it is much more convenient to take a 2 gigabyte TSV file and dig around there rather than going through the whole data set. And I'm also picking up student usernames and information from the sources that we have at WikiEd, and that you actually can go get if you want to go hit the List Students API. One caveat for both of these is the data that I'm going to talk about is only for fall 2014 and spring 2015. We don't have the monthly editor data set for fall 2015 because we're in it. And it's updated to June, and we also, less sure of how much the students have contributed, so far. So I want to just give you the information for a full year there. So when we're thinking about the median student, they make about 20 edits, This distribution is a little bit skewed because there are a number of students who make many more edits, so the mean is a little closer to 30. They edit for about 1 to 2 months, which conveniently is the life cycle of their assignment, and they usually focus on about 1 article. Now, this is not, the median student is not the modal student, That there are a good fraction every semester of about 20% of the students who make very few edits. They'll make 3 or 4 to complete the training and never finish the class, and that's because you have plenty of students who come to class and then don't finish the rest of the course, or come to class, continue going through the class, and don't finish an assignment in the course, and we're not going to be able to track that. But this is essentially what the median student looks like, is they'll make a little more than 20 edits, they'll edit for a short period of time, and they'll work on one particular article. So I want to take a little break here And because I picked up the name from this from Andrew because I like the idea of a comments break. This is a photo that was uploaded by a student. There's nothing special about this photo. It's not going to win a featured picture contest. It's a picture of a room inside the Mead Art Museum at Amherst. And the thing that's interesting to me about it is this was an upload that a student made that was not actually their work. It was the work of a photographer who had held copyright on it, and someone came by and said, they wanted to delete it, and the student went back and went through the OTRS process to get the photographer to give a release to Wikipedia, and now we have this file on here, and I just think that's dandy. So, like a lot of the students that we have, like many Wikipedians edit a small number of articles for a few months and never come back. And we can debate perhaps at WikiCon and in other conferences and online as to whether or not that's because of the hostility of the Wikipedia community or because of the intractability of certain tools or what have you. But I would suggest that it's a common enough pattern that maybe that's just the hobbies that folks get into. That's a sort of natural progression that folks might want to go through. And this to me suggests that the behaviors of a student editor look an awful lot like the behaviors of regular marginally attached Wikipedians. And so what that leads me to believe is that we shouldn't think about student editors as the individual, right, working through the particular thing, but as a group of people who are under a particular assignment for sets of classes over the period of a term. And so we should think about a cohort of students moving in, working on sets of articles that may be the same, that may track with a particular class that moves semester to semester. Those articles may change. We've had courses that go back and update articles that have been previously worked on. We've had courses that expand in new material. But the way to think about it is that every September you're going to have about, and it's growing, about 2,500 students coming in and working on a wide variety of articles, and they're going to be gone by December. And in January, you're going to have another 2,500 coming in and working on another set of articles, and they're going to be gone by April. And the period of editing that we sort of, as the community, we get to enjoy the fruits of, right, is what comes in the line of that cohort. There are summer semesters, but they make up a sort of vanishingly small percentage of the revisions that are committed. So this is what I like to call burying the lead. If we look at student editing within the periods of the term, we get about 4% of that overall active editors. So that 35,000 number of folks who have edited 5 times, within the last month. Students represent students that in other words, students that edit actually that much represent 4% of those editors. Now, there is a little bit of trickery here, and so I really do apologize, because if you think about how we measure active editors, we think about activity within the previous month. And so if I'm checking student edits during the period when the term is running, and those students are editing, then they are by definition going to have been active during that term. So I'm not being 100% honest here. That if we were to think about students being active, we would average it over the entire year. But I'd like to think more about the mass of folks who are coming in during that period of time, rather than sort of what they represent over the whole of the year. Now, if you think about like averaging over the course of the year, students who are active over the year, they represent a much smaller percentage because we have more months that students are out of school than they are in school. But when they're in school, they represent a pretty significant fraction of active editors on Wikipedia. And among those active editors, they contribute between 1 and 1.5% of all of the revisions made by active editors during the period of that term. And that number is tiny and feels tiny, just as this feels tiny, but it should kind of be astonishing, or at least it's astonishing for me, that we have one particular group that contributes a pretty large fraction of the edits that we get over the period of a term. So one of the ways that I want to sort of get us to think about students as a cohort is looking at a semester at a glance. Now this may not, the portions up here are oh, I need to go back here for the colors up here are for what we are referring to as sort of like internal milestones for courses. Now, this is generated using data that we've collected on these courses. You could, in theory, go and generate yourself if you want, because all the dashboard data is public and all the course data that we have is pushed also to Wikipedia. But we're essentially looking at over the course of the semester from the middle of September to the end of, I apologize for the colors on the side of the slide here, to the end of December, where students are working and what they're working in. So we get to see students coming in and working through copy editing articles, working on the training, editing sort of sandbox, and then progressively moving more and more to main space over the period of the term. And I don't know, to me, I like this graph. It's sort of the heartbeat of a particular semester for a number of students. And it's a little difficult to see, again, I apologize for the axis ticks on there, but this is about 100 classes that you're looking at. So the 100 classes going through a milestone in the tallest bar there. So one of the other reasons why I want to think about sort of like students as a cohort is because we have like a really strong advantage. Like this is a set of Wikipedia editors that are coming in that are doing the student training. We're looking at the fall 2014 and the spring 2015 students. We had about a little over half of them doing the training for the excuse me, for the fall 2015, we project that we're going to have about 80 to 85% of the students completing the training by the end of the term, which, you know, if you subtract those students who don't actually finish the assignment, gets us pretty close to 100% for those folks. These students also have resources the Wiki Education Foundation provides, and resources they have, you know, through their college, like the reason why we want them to create the great content. And they also have support available. So this is a distinct cohort of people that's going to grow larger, that's got some of these advantages that allows them to produce a lot of this great content on Wikipedia. There's another Commons break. This is another great file uploaded. This is the score to a prologue of a opera that is way in the public domain, published in 1608, scanned and uploaded by user LMR 0804, who was a student editor from the fall of 2014. I don't know, just like it. So I want to give sort of a few more caveats after offering that. First of all, one of the things to remember is that we're measuring student edits just as revisions. So I'm not looking at I'm not filtering any of this for what's considered to be a substantive contribution. I'm not even filtering it for what goes into main space, because when we count revisions by editors to determine editor activity, we don't do any of that. And I think, you know, it's reasonable. That's an entirely different question if we want to ask that. The other thing is that, you know, long-term Wikipedians, when we talk about edit count-itis, we'll think about sort of like the number of edits that someone produces who edits very frequently and makes iterative changes versus someone who composes in a notepad and who adds everything all at once to a particular page. Now that is a habit that students are anecdotally much more likely to do than regular editors. So it's possible we could be getting a slight underestimate of how many revisions we're getting from the students, but that's in the category of not even being wrong, because we don't have an actual measurement of how much more students do that. So I don't want to correct any of the values by, you know, a gut estimate of that. And I have, to the best of my ability, tried to pluck out all of the TAs and online volunteers and professors from the student data, because they do show up as students in a lot of these courses. I may not have been fully successful, and so that will change the specification of this. Although, to be frank, the specification will change a lot more if you move the month bands for how much you consider activity. But I thought that was a short little tour of large number of students coming into Wikipedia. And anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Thank you for reminding me. If you want to ask a question, go right over there.
I'm Aaron Halfhager from the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm really stoked that you found that data set, so that's awesome. I think I uploaded that like 3 weeks ago, so really fast and solid work. So
It was really fortuitous.
So I have one quick question. So you use the term student editors a lot, and I just wanted to make sure that I understood. These are Wiki Ed editors that are registered and part of the program, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there, of course, there's a bunch of student editors around that are outside of the program.
Yes.
So I just wanted to, so you gave this estimate of about 1.5% of edits are coming from these students during the times where these courses are in session. And so I spent a lot of time measuring labor hours in Wikipedia, and just like back of the napkin math, this is about 180,000 labor hours going into Wikipedia from these editors. So I'm sorry that's not a question. I just thought you might find it interesting.
Yeah. Thanks, Aaron.
Actually, he
also thank him because he also made this possible, so that I didn't have to, you know, working on a database slave. So he didn't even know he made it possible, but he did. No.
So Aaron actually made the point that I was going to ask about, was the, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's like, who are these people in the data? And thank you for asking that. So there are probably many more students that you don't know about that the data's not capturing.
Right, so this is a strict subset of all of the students that are potentially out there. But it's the only, essentially it's the one that we're responsible for as an organization, and it's also the one where we.
But so I guess you could make the point that, because if I understood you correctly, you're making the point that it's a small fraction, but it's a significant fraction.
Yeah.
But that fraction could be much larger than you think.
I'm really hesitant to make sort of guesses on the.
Oh no, let's
just. But if it's larger, I would say it's a little bit larger. I don't know. I don't think that, because we have 2,500 students this term, and so I don't know how much outside of the Wiki Ed Foundation there are students editing in courses.
Yeah.
So to be clear, the universe of folks who are students and are editing Wikipedia is much larger.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, in established courses, because I can think of, like, I know of at least like 3 or 6 off the top of my head that aren't going through you.
Yeah, correct. Right. So if we think about, like, let's double that, right?
Yeah.
So we imagine like a dozen. Well, we have, what is it, 120?
141.
Thank you, 141. We have 141
But so I wanted to ask,
term.
and I guess you've already kind of answered that, like, how would you measure that sort of thing, and maybe you can't.
Yeah, I mean, if you could enumerate all of the classes, then you easily could. But if it's not going to be 50% of what we have, then you're not going to move the needle too much on that estimate. But yeah, that is a good point that I didn't find.
Any class that we hear of that's existing outside of our support, we post about on the Education Notice board. So there are some instructors who are like, we do not want your support, we don't want to use your tools, we want to do it on our own. That's totally okay, but it should be on the Education Notice board if you ever want to know what those numbers are. And they're really relatively small. Like this term, I think we had 3.
Yeah, the 3 that we know of.
That we know of that are existing outside of our structure.
All right, so you on the left are waiting a little while. Yeah.
So I just wanted to ask about that colorful graph, how we can get a hold of that, or the data.
I probably should have asked before I put that up on the screen, because that was generated with quasi-internal data. Basically, I pulled that down using the tracking that we run on these courses. If you wanted to recreate it, you could, because all of the data that we draw from is all public and is all committed to Wikipedia. But we don't expose that directly. In other words, something as pretty as a graph. If you want, I can show you how I did it later.
Okay, and
I could, but I could upload it to Wikimedia Commons and I would add the source code that I used to create it, but nobody would have the data set of milestones that we have in Salesforce.
The milestones are on each individual instructor's course page. So we ask them to tell us the date that students will start editing in their main spaces, the date they start editing in their sandboxes, when they're going to be doing their peer reviews. So that's all on their course.
And another quick question is retention rate. Do you have any data on that?
Retention rate for students?
Students.
It's minuscule.
Yeah.
So it's always been minuscule.
Okay.
And I guess one of the things that I'd hope one of the things that I'd hope to have folks get out of this is we should stop thinking about student editors and editathon programs in terms of retention and just start thinking of them as like, we bring this person into contact with the encyclopedia and what cool things do we get out of it during the time. I'm told that is it for questions and we have to clear out, so I apologize. Yeah. Anyone who wants to ask me a question, you can come and grab me.
They've asked us to take our belongings and exit the building quickly.
These steps are dangerous because the edges are sort of the same color as the steps.
Hey, what are you doing for dinner? I think I'm gonna go stare at a wall.